Okay, thanks. Well, welcome everyone to the meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board. And we'll start with the introductions and declarations from the board members. And first, apologies from Joe Fernando, a member who's out in the field in the Bay of Bengal right now. And we'll start with Joy, who's on the phone.
No new disclosures.
Okay, and then let's go to Tracy around the room.
Tracy Collier, no changes.
Vince Resch, no changes.
Jay Lund, no changes.
Steve Brandt, no changes.
Liz Canuel, no changes.
John Weens, nothing new here.
Richard Norgard, no changes.
Tom Holzer, no changes.
Okay, let's move on to the second item, which is the chair's report. And just a few items. First, we have formally submitted on June 5th our final review of the Delta Plan Ecosystem Amendment synthesis papers, and received those reviews are posted on the board's product website. There's also a hard copy on the table as you enter, and we received a nice thank you from the council for our work on that. The second item is that the staff have released the calendar dates for our upcoming meetings through June of 2019, which is also available on our meeting website. Make sure you guys get these on your calendar. The next item is our involvement in some of the council meetings, and Tracy was at the June 28th meeting, and you want to tell us what happened there?
Sure. So Martina put together a panel on performance measures. There was three of us, including Cliff Dom, myself, and I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the name of the woman. Oh, yeah, Caitlin Sweeney. And Cliff talked about the successes of performance measures and how they could influence management decisions in a couple of systems in the Kissimmee River and in the system in Australia. I talked about the difficulties. From my perspective, it was more of a reality check about the difficulties of actually establishing a robust suite of performance measures and having them be understandable to policymakers and at the same time communicate to the public, and the fact that it takes a long time to put those things in place. And I think it was pretty well received. Randy can comment on that if he thought it was worthwhile. And then Caitlin talked about the San Francisco system and their success with performance measures. Overall, I thought there was really good discussion. The council seemed really engaged, and we had a lot of good questions. So I think it was informative for them. But again, I'll defer that to Randy. Thanks.
Okay, Tracy and I will also be at the July council meeting. I'll be giving a very brief, broad overview of our ongoing review products, and Tracy will give a formal presentation turning over the final water quality review over to the council.
Does formal mean I have to wear a tie?
No, you need to bring the glossy color version.
Oh,
of the
okay, I can do
report,
that,
so.
yeah.
The next item is just the Bay Delta Conference update, and the conference, as I think all of you know, is from September 10th through 12th. Have any board members committed to go to that yet? I know some are. I know I'll be going. Tracy, and I guess Liz and Tracy, did you guys each submit an abstract? You want to tell us what you're?
Actually, you submitted it on my behalf, but we're going to give a presentation about the water quality review and some of the findings from that.
And I'm going to, again, at the request of staff with the council, I'm going to give a presentation on performance measures as part of a special panel on performance measures with a focus on informing performance measure implementation in the Delta.
Okay. I guess we've decided not to have the WebEx option for our teleconferences in the future. It will be available to the public if they want to listen in. They won't be able to tap in at that stage. But as far as board formal use of the WebEx, we just found it just really hasn't been very useful unless anyone violently objects to that. So we'll discontinue that. I want to remind people, the public, that if you want to have a public comment on any item, there's a blue slip process, I guess, somewhere, blue forms out there, right on the front here. Okay, today's agenda, we're going to have a briefing from the council, a briefing from the program, or the Delta Science lead. We'll have an update on all of our reviews. We'll talk about our one-page summary for restoration. And then this afternoon, it'll be an extensive panel discussion on monitoring from a regional and a national federal perspective. So that's all I have for that. Any comments or questions on my report? Okay, Randy, council report, item 3.
Great, thank you. Good to be with you. Good to see all of you. I wanted to offer our thank you to you for the quick review of the 3 synthesis papers in support of the Delta Plan's Ecosystem Chapter Amendment. Some of you got a chance to visit with Ron Melser last night, our staff member who is the lead on the development of those synthesis papers. And it was... your input was appreciated, and I know Ron was very grateful that there weren't any major flaws found in his work, and so that will help to form the foundation for the next steps in developing recommendations and updating that chapter. About 4 or 5 months ago, Jessica Law discussed with you the council's priorities for 2018. This may look familiar to you. I wanted to take a few minutes and update you on the progress that we're making towards achieving those priorities and goals. They're broken down into 3 categories. 1, strengthen and implement the Delta Plan. 2, enhance council leadership and communications, and 3, build capacity for One Delta, One Science. Under the heading of strengthening and implementing the Delta Plan, in April we completed the work and adoption of 3 Delta Plan amendments, including conveyance, storage, and operations, the levy investment strategy, and an update of our performance measures, including 32 output and outcome performance measures. The work of the ecosystem amendment is underway, and you have been a part of that. The requirement to review the Delta Plan every 5 years falls on this year, and that work is underway. Covered actions. We have received to date about 12 filings of certification of consistency with the Delta Plan, and through that covered action process we're learning more about the documentation and the way information is exchanged, and so there's some work on improving that process. We're developing a climate vulnerability assessment. The council approved a contract in May to hire a consultant to develop a climate change vulnerability assessment. The performance measures, we've got them, and now we have to track them. And so we're creating a system to allow other agencies to post progress on outputs and outcomes so that we can provide it on the dashboard and the website and keep that current and up to date. So that's a big job that's currently underway. In terms of building capacity for One Delta, One Science, I don't want to steal too much from John's report, but you're aware of the 5-year review of the Delta Science Plan. You're aware of the Delta Science Conference coming up in September. For the first time in a long time, we're going to be able to provide competitive proposal solicitations for science work. We've received money, a $2 million stipend this year from the state, and we are expecting something close to that from a federal agency in support of our work. So we're pleased about that. And John and I and others have been working on what's called a science funding initiative. We've mentioned this to you. We've completed the assessment of the amount of money spent on science in the Delta. And the next step is to evaluate where the money comes from, where it's spent, what are gaps in funding. And I think as we get a little further along, this will be of significant interest to you all. I know you've expressed an interest in weighing in on the need to emphasize the need for consistent, ongoing funding, especially for decision support science. So we'll probably be coming to you in a month or two with some of our recommendations that you may be able to help engage with. The last item is enhancing leadership and communications. DPIC is really our the primary place where we bring 15 other state and federal agencies together to discuss common interests. Much of the work that has been occurring at that level has been science focused, and that will continue. We're preparing for our November meeting. There's in development, there's a 5-year strategic and operations plan for the Stewardship Council, as well as a communications and public participation plan. So these will probably be something you'll hear a little bit more about by the end of the year. So it's been a busy year. It's kind of fun for me to reflect on the progress that has been made. Oftentimes you forget that there's been a number of accomplishments. So I'm really proud of our staff. We've got a great team working very hard on a number of really critical initiatives. So, and we appreciate your support.
Randy?
Yes, John.
Could you provide just a bit more information about the climate vulnerability analysis, the kinds of things that they're going to be looking at? I mean, that's a pretty catch-all term for everything.
Yeah, that's, you know, the chair of the Delta Stewardship Council is afforded the opportunity to be very high level and to describe things in catch-all terms. But I would
we do that too.
I would call upon John to help add more rigor to that.
They're just getting started, but they're going to try to, you know, build on some of the work that's been done in the Bay in terms of looking at sea level rise and other climate change impacts on both natural systems as well as built infrastructure within the Delta. And so it's really, you know, first step to look at some of those issues. And the consulting firm was selected by the planning division to carry that work forward, and I think they just are about to identify task one for their projects. So we can update you more as it starts to develop.
John, what is the time frame they're looking at?
I believe it's 2 years.
No, not the study itself,
Oh.
but the climate change.
Horizon?
Yeah.
I think they're focusing on 100 through 2100.
Has there been any discussion of
But that's something that
putting
I'm
it
sure
in
they will
perspective
discuss.
of a longer term?
Yes. So I think they're thinking about that issue of, they won't just look at 2100. I think they'll be looking at much more immediate issues and then a series of different timeframes.
Because now 2100 is only 80.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I had questions on that too, and so any information you can provide would be useful, because we're constantly talking about climate impact in terms of all of our reviews. And I'm wondering if it's going to be an actual assessment where there's analysis done, or is it going to be a sort of a review of the literature, or partially both, and does it get into looking at ecological impacts?
So I think it'll be both, an assessment and some analysis. And it will look at ecological impacts. And so I'd be happy to provide you with the the RFP that went out that set up what the needs were.
Would it be possible to, at some future meeting, have someone from the consulting group come and give a presentation
Sure.
about what they're doing before they're finished, when they're actually just getting underway?
Yes, certainly.
Jay?
A lot of what the council's been doing is trying to do the One Delta, One Science, and doing a lot of really good work, I think, in that area. And the main interagency cooperation vehicle is DPIC. Is there a parallel structure to that of the scientists from the major agencies so that it can get a little closer to the ground? I worry a little bit that DPIC meets once every 6 months. It might be useful if we want to really move the One Delta, One Science, and maybe this is already happening, to build essentially a parallel structure so DPIC can sort of reinforce some more lower level people down below getting together more frequently to pull these things together. It might be an opportunity, but I'm sure you all thought about these kinds of things.
Well, John's in a better position to respond to details, but my observation is the connection, the interagency connection regarding science is more issues-oriented,
Right.
and such as the structured decision-making work group, the Delta Agency's science work group, and then the lead scientists of
Yeah,
the
that's-
IEP, CAMP, and the science program meet regularly.
Yeah, and there is actually a bigger group of the lead scientists, Ted Summer, all from all the various agencies. And we've had the plan to meet regularly, but we haven't done it.
Yeah.
But I think that's something that we need to get going on a more regular basis.
Of course, you'll be the one lead
I
scientist to
will-
rule them all.
I will, yes. I will try to convene, actually. So Steve Culberson had been leading that, but, I guess we've all been too busy to
Right.
get together. But that's actually something I've been thinking about in the last month or so, that we need to get that reinvigorated.
But it strikes me that the science discussions at the DPIC level that should be more strategic might be accelerated if there was a parallel
Yeah.
process to organize things, prepare things for them, tee them up,
Yeah,
and
that's-
digest them.
That's a good suggestion.
Very good suggestion. Regarding last month's council meeting, Tracy's already discussed the performance measures panel. It was a very, very worthwhile panel, and particularly since Cliff Dahm was the one that shepherded the updates to our performance measures. I had the opportunity to watch him, work with him, and I understand firsthand, or observing nearby, how difficult developing performance measures are, and the level of detail that goes into supporting one or two sentences. Tracy's input was very helpful because there's a timeline associated with different performance measures that varies, and he offered the example of orca whales, and that you can't evaluate a performance on recovery in a short term. That's a very, very long term, requiring a lot of patience. And I heard a news piece on television just a day or two after you had presented that. So the panel was very helpful. I feel good about the performance measures that we have. They're intended to inform the council as to the effectiveness of the Delta plan. And so we take those very seriously, and we'll be probably implementing additional changes to our performance measures as we go through the ecosystem chapter amendment, and come up with some new recommendations that will probably require some additional or changed performance measures. Last thing coming out of our June council meeting was that you're aware that there are a number of abandoned vessels in the Delta, some large commercial vessels, many smaller recreational vessels that present a hazard. We sponsored a brown bag, I think in February, calling attention to the potential problems that this provides, both ecologically and for navigation and public safety problems. Assemblymember Frazier, who represents a portion of the Delta, sponsored legislation to provide funding for vessel removal, and the council took a position of support of that. And it was a very creative way that they've come up with a way to fund this. That's been the limiting factor. And some of these vessels, particularly the larger commercial vessels, are very, very expensive to remove. So pleased to report that. And then finally, looking forward to our council meeting this month, we will continue on with our theme of from data to decision making. Last month was discussing performance measures, and this month will feature a panel describing the collaborative adaptive management program with representatives from that group to describe how agency representatives, representatives from environmental groups and stakeholders are all convening to address some of the more critical issues related to ecosystem health in the Delta. That completes my unusually lengthy report.
Thanks, Randy. Any questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Our next item is the Delta Lead Scientist Program.
Great. Thank you. So I'll add on about the Bay Delta Science Conference. That was mentioned that's coming up in September. Two of the highlights of the plenary, I think you'll be interested to hear. One, a social scientist will be talking about engaging the public on restoration. And there's also a focus on science communication in the plenary. So those are two new things that I think you've all been speaking out about, and I think it'll be interesting for that be a part of the conference. There's also a, building on what was done 2 years ago, art and science workshop and art and science piece of the whole program. So that should be of lots of interest. And the program is soon to be available, probably in the next few weeks. The program will be announced and registration will start, so you can see what's coming up. In addition to that event, the science program has been hosting a brown bag series along with IEP on how IEP data is used in management, so building on the data to decisions. That's part of the council's efforts. We had a seminar a few weeks ago by Vanessa Tobias from the Department of Fish and Wildlife on open data that was very well done, and I'd encourage you, if you're interested, to watch her seminar that's online. And then coming up in a couple weeks, on July 24th, Lauren Damon, also from Fish and Wildlife, will be talking about Delta smelt issues. And October 23rd, Luis Conrad from DWR will be talking about synthesis efforts within the IEP. So those are some of the brown bags coming up that are of interest. Building on that issue of synthesis, there's a couple papers that I wanted to mention to you. Actually, Jay sent this article to me and others, and may have sent it to all of you, but it's a paper that was in Nature just a few weeks ago, 4 principles for synthesizing evidence, and highlights the principles that are highlighted in that article are things that I think you're all very well aware of, but inclusiveness, and in that they also really think about relevancy, so engaging policymakers so that the work that's done has some meaning, but then working away from the policymakers in terms of doing the reviewing so that it's based on evidence and not influenced directly by policy. They also focus on the rigorous aspect of the synthesis, transparency, and accessibility and communication issues. So it's a short little article, and there's a link to it at the agenda, so I'd encourage you to take a look at that. And then the second article is an article that I presented this month to the council, and I'll just pass out this. There's the you put a lot of thought and effort into your one-page summaries or two-page summaries of your reviews. So this article I chose to present to the council. It's called Increasing Precipitation Volatility in 21st Century California. It's by Daniel Swain from UCLA and his co-authors, and he is the he puts together the California Climate Blog, and I think it's a great paper, and he also put a lot of thought into communication efforts. So I'd encourage you to look at his one-pager. Sort of the key take-homes that he highlights there are this was work that was done on climate change modeling using an ensemble approach with many thousands of runs, and then looking at potential for future changes in precipitation into the future. He highlights, or they highlight, that there is likely to be an increase in extremely wet years, like something comparable to last year, going into the future with 2 to 4 times increase over the next 100 years of the probability of those occurring. Also an increase in extremely dry years occurring, although that is probably not as great of an increase as in wet years. And then he talks about precipitation whiplash, what we had from the drought period then moving into last year with an extremely wet year, that those kinds of dramatic changes are also more likely to increase into the future. And then they also highlight that not just year-to-year variability is likely to increase, but within a year, based on their modeling, and this is based on business as usual scenario of emissions into the future, they predict a significant increase, 5 times increase in intense storm events within a year, something comparable to the 1862 floods that had flooded the entire Central Valley for many, many weeks. And he indicates that based on their predictions, those kinds of events could occur, potentially multiple events in the next 100 years, and a better than 50% chance that one of those is likely to occur in the next 50 years, which would certainly, in a storm of that impact, would have dramatic effects. So I think that's the interesting article, and the summary is really of value. Other things I wanted to highlight, as Randy mentioned, the science plan update is a key focus for the science program this year, and that's moving forward. Right now, we're just completing review within the executive group within the council, and we'll be finalizing revisions so that the document, we can put out a public document for review in the next few weeks. Then that will be about a 6-week period for public review and some revisions following that, and then we hope to bring to you sometime in September or slightly after that the science plan update, so that the board can give us input and review on that. And in addition to the science plan update, staff has been working on the adaptive management framework for increasing California's water supply reliability, although that title is likely to change. It's more than a mouthful, but that is this effort to develop an adaptive management framework for water issues in addition to ecosystem issues. That's been going through a significant internal and outside review and significant revisions, and we hope sometime this fall as well to bring that to the board for your input. 2 other final things to mention is that we are working to develop the social science task force. So Lindsay Correa put a lot of effort into developing that before she took a leave of absence, and she and the other staff have been, that's moving forward, and the plan is that the task force will meet sometime in the fall, October, November. And actually, you got a note from Edmund for suggestions for potential members for the task force. So if you have ideas on either members or just areas of expertise that you think we really need to include, please send us that. And we hope to be assembling the task force over the next month or so.
Can you tell us a little bit more about what their goal would be, what they'd be doing, how long are they in existence?
So their goal is to develop a strategic plan for how to engage, how to get social sciences more engaged in research and policy issues within the Delta. And it's modeled on an effort that NOAA did around engaging social scientists in fisheries issues.
Right.
And so it will be some local people, but also people from outside the area who have worked on those kinds of issues and thought about how to more effectively get the social scientists engaged on our issues.
So do you see them being a task force that will produce a report with recommendations, or would there be an ongoing?
They will produce a report. So that's what they're going to produce, is a synthesis document that will be sort of a strategic plan for guidance on how we can do more here locally to really raise the profile and participation of social scientists.
Yeah, good.
Certainly.
I also wanted to follow up with a question. So do you know if the goal will be to engage social scientists to do social science research as a standalone, or to do it in conjunction with scientists who are studying sort of the natural system, more the coupled human natural systems model?
I'd say both. I mean, there's such a paucity of social science work going on here. So I think it will be both efforts, but I guess we'll see what the task force highlights as the immediate needs.
I guess I see three areas for social science in this problem. One is sort of social science on its own, just like we do ecological sciences and physical sciences stuff on our own. As Liz mentioned, the coupled human natural systems, anything interdisciplinary, we just come up with new labels for it every 10 years. And then the third is the social science of all of our meetings.
The system.
and particularly how to make them more effective, useful, things like that. So maybe that's a useful taxonomy.
Great. Good. Thank you for the input. Any other thoughts? Okay.
Yeah, I think, I don't want to head off onto something totally irrelevant, just marginally. So, but Jay's comments about, the social science of meetings, I think is something that deserves some serious attention. The Economist just had a piece on, essentially death by meetings. And it's something that is chronic, and I think particularly with all these different agencies, different elements with a finger in Delta science, just the science part, that trying to stand back and look at how the process of sort of the day-to-day operations, the meeting aspect, not the higher up kind of thing, which DPIC is intended to take care of, but just the sort of the conduct of how people interact, how they go about decision-making on the ground, getting some input on that, perhaps not as much from social scientists as from people who make their living thinking about meeting management. And how do you not just have more meetings as the solution to meeting management, but make them much more effective. And it's easy to put out the recommendations. The Economist paper was full of those sorts of things, but you're dealing with human nature, and particularly when you get scientists and former university people together. I'm a good example of this. They tend to run on and pontificate, and I'll stop there.
Perfect. Okay.
John, Art Buchwald had a famous comment that if we could learn to streamline meetings, we could all go home at 12 o'clock.
Okay. Well, we'll see. How long is our meeting going to run today? We'll see.
We'll be done early.
Yeah. Good. Okay. So then my last comment is, as Randy mentioned, we are putting out a joint solicitation for research, and that's an effort that we've been working on with California Department of Fish and Wildlife. They have a regular Prop 1 funding that's more narrowly focused than the interests of the science program, and our interests for funding for this year really are going to be quite broad and focus on all of the science action agenda areas. But we're hoping to put forward a joint proposal that will be at least $10 million, maybe closer to $12 million, that will, the way the process works, a draft has to go out for public review. That draft, we hope, will go out in the next few weeks at the end of this month. And then the actual call for proposals will go out at sometime in mid-September, and with 6 weeks for proposals to be due. So encourage your colleagues to think about research. There will be an opportunity for social science research. There will be an opportunity for synthesis. So there's lots of areas where we'd like to really try to stimulate some ongoing research in the Delta.
So John, are these like 1, 2, or 3-year grants? Or is this a one-time thing or an annual call?
It's CDFW's funds are for 3 years. Our funds will be for 2 or 3 years, depending. The immediate contracts that we have will be limited to 2 years, but we'll be looking for proposals from 1 to 3 years. It is the influx that Randy mentioned, the $2 million that we have, is a one-time increase in our budget. The science program has $5 million for all of our science activities that we can support. In previous years, a significant amount of that has gone towards our fellowship effort. So over $2 million, or close to $2 million, has gone towards fellowships. This coming year, we won't be offering fellowships, but we'll be encouraging student participation in these contracts that we'll be supporting through this solicitation. But we hope that we can show that money really provides some significant benefits, and that we can get some additional ongoing increases into the future, and that we will be able to offer solicitations on a more regular basis. The last time we offered a solicitation was 2010, so we hope that we can maybe every other year be offering solicitations.
And the science priorities document will be sort of the overarching framework of where priorities would be?
Yeah, the Science Action Agenda really sets those priorities for us.
And any report by our board?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Yes, Randy.
Steve, it's my impression that 2 to 3 year projects are important, but there are probably other projects that would require more than that, up to 10 years, let's say. And I think that's the thrust of this science funding initiative that we're going to try and emphasize, is that we would like to be able to provide longer-term contracts for those kinds of projects that require a longer period of time of sustained work. I thought that one of the points of your question was, what will this capture and what will we miss? Well, that's one of the things that will be coming back to you for your support if you indeed agree that we need longer-term, sustained, dependable funding for science projects. We'll need your help to add some rigor to that the proposal.
Yes, Jay.
Let me just sort of second that. My good colleague Peter Moyle, probably the preeminent fish biologist in the system, he always points to the sustained funding he's had on Sassoon Marsh as keeping him engaged in the Delta, and with long string of students since 1979. And they just, I think, got a contract with the Department of Water Resources for 10 years. So somehow it's possible.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the funding for this particular set of contracts, we're limited to 2-year contracts. Right. So that those constraints are just, that's something we really need to think about addressing, is how we can create more flexibility, because the contracting constraints are substantial. But we're trying to work within that to make.
But somehow
funds
within the
available.
universe of the state system, one person found one way.
Yeah, there are ways to make it happen.
Can you actually give out a grant?
No, so we cannot do grants, so we will be issuing contracts. So we'll, through the solicitation process, identify the proposals that we would like to fund, and they'll be funded through contracts.
Yeah, because I know some entities in California, I think the California Trust or something, is working with the California Sea Grant Program, who has the authority to give out grants.
Yeah, so,
And-
I'll continue.
Yeah, so there's maybe other ways to explore it, so you can give out a many-year grant, for example, a 5-6 year grant, but you only provide the funding for 1 or 2 years at a time, and it's renewed and
Right.
those kind of things.
So, yeah, one thing, with the budget change proposal that we asked for this year, we are setting up a grants program. So the science program, we hope by next year, we hope to be able to have a grants program in place so that we can in the future offer grants that should be more streamlined and give us some more flexibility for
Yeah.
long-term.
Good, good. Any-
That's it for my report.
Thanks, John. Any questions? Okay, thanks a lot. Our next item is to give some updates on our ongoing reviews. I think all of the groups met yesterday, all of the work groups yesterday and today, and except the monitoring one, which will be meeting at noon and perhaps later today as well. So we should have some fun updates, and we'll start with the water supply reliability, Jay.
Thank you. Thanks to a meeting yesterday, Tom and I made some progress on this. We've got a early draft of a workshop agenda to circulate around. It's about ready. It's gone between Joe and Tom and I a couple of times in the last 24 hours, and I think it's about ready for the rest of the board to opine on.
This is for January?
For the January workshop. And then if we converge on that a little bit, I think we'll have the basis for establishing a pre-workshop questionnaire that we can send out late summer or early fall to sort of get a lot of the stuff gathered up, links to reports and all those kinds of things, gathered up before the workshop, hopefully. So that's my earnest hope and delusion of what we will accomplish. Tom, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think it's coming together really nicely, and it will be a very interesting workshop, actually exploring a lot of new things as well. We've talked a lot about the drivers for water supply reliability, and so it won't be just focused on the technical aspect of how to do it, but really some of the important issues behind it, and even some that don't usually get addressed, like the black swans we've had some conversations about. Could actually make it an interesting meeting.
We have it viewed as a full-day workshop, not a half-day, full day.
More along the lines of the levy workshop kind of format?
Yes. Not quite as experimental, but hopefully a bit experimental.
Yeah, probably a little more focused than the levy
Yes,
workshop.
I think
Yeah.
quite a bit more focused.
Good, good. Tracy?
So we met yesterday to go over the final version of the water quality review, which again, we approved for content as a board at our last meeting, and we're now working with staff to make the final publication. We went over a number of, Vince and Liz and I and staff all read over it, and we had a number of small questions and minor things that we resolved. I think virtually everything. One thing we are still considering is what to use as a figure for the back cover page, and we have some ideas, and but again, we have carte blanche from the board to do what we think best. So we are going to work on that. A couple of things on the, hey, no side remarks over there, off camera. We are resolving some of these small things. We plan to have a version back from staff by tomorrow. Over the weekend, we'll make any last reviews and do our additions, and then have a final version ready by the 16th, which is in time to go out with the package to the council prior to the council meeting on the 26th. As far as outreach, we'll be talking to the council on the 26th. We'll also be, as we talked earlier, Liz will be presenting on water quality at the Bay Delta Science Conference. I've had an abstract accepted to the CTAC conference here in Sacramento in November, where there'll be a special session on multiple stressors in the Delta. So we'll talk about the water quality review in the context of multiple stressors, which was a big part of the review as we put it together. What else am I missing, Liz or Vince, from yesterday? Let me look here.
Well, just that we really are at the final stages, you know.
Yeah.
We're correcting,
Yes.
wordsmithing and things like that, but we think it looks quite good.
And then one question that came up that we had was whether or not we should do something like an editorial to SFEWS, SFEWS. We talked about it yesterday in our small group meeting. We decided it's probably not right now to do that. And overnight, I was thinking about that a little more. We are going to have outreach to agencies asking them if this was constructive, if they're finding it useful, if they're doing anything about implementation of the recommendations. I think it may be appropriate in, say, a year or so to have not necessarily in any specific place, but some op-ed type piece, if you will, on whether or not this worked and whether people were using it. That may be more constructive than just, once again, recapping what we've just done and what we're going to be talking about over the next few months. So that's my update. Anything else?
Are you going to recap it in a summary sheet?
Oh yeah, we'll be doing a summary sheet, and we talked about that some yesterday, and we want to get this out and a little bit of outreach, and then we'll do the summary sheet, and we'll try to do it reasonably expeditiously. How's that for a waffle? Yeah. As quickly as our poor old bodies can do it. So.
Well, I want to formally thank you guys, because that has been a tremendous effort to get that water quality review. I know it's taken a long time, but it's a huge topic of keen interest, so it's really great to get that off the table.
And I should also say, at the urging of our chair, we did remove Part 1 from the title as being a little too sounding like Part 2 is right around the corner. It isn't. So we're just going to say, it's just going to say water quality, science review, chemical contaminants and nutrients. We're going to take out the Part 1. So, and since that was a discussion of the full board, we need to let you know we've made that change.
Any questions for Tracy on that? Yes, Edmund.
Hi, Tracy. I was wondering if yesterday we did talk about for the final report about including old ISB reviews. If you think that would be worth.
That's right. That came up yesterday, and it wasn't in our detailed agenda. But we were wondering whether or not we should put a list probably at the end of the thing saying, here are previous ISB subject matter reviews. Just as sort of like in a book, you often see a list of previous books by this author. Something that just says, here's a list, and we just add to it as we go along. We have now enough reviews. If people think that's a good idea, we can add that, and then it just, as you're reading through, you can say, what else have these people been doing? So,
Unless we're ashamed of the reviews.
Yeah, these are the topic reviews.
the topic reviews, not all the memos, not all the, but basically when we have selected a topic for review, habitat restoration, adaptive management. Go ahead, Liz.
Yeah, I guess just to build on that idea, we've been working on the reviews for several years, and we thought it just might be useful as a reminder to the larger community to, provide that list of reviews. Not everybody is visiting the website regularly or looking at the products from the ISB. So anyway, we thought that it might be a good way just to call attention to our reviewing activities over the years.
Okay, Tom and then John.
I assume you would include it as a link in a URL? A live link?
In
each of the reviews?
In the online one, we would, yeah, but obviously in the printed one. But we're also talking about having a printed version. So there would be a page.
There will be an online version.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about something like just something in the part of the cover page or the table of contents or something that says previous titles in this series. And that's about it. I think that's a great idea.
Thanks, Evan.
Did you have something, Vince?
Okay, we'll talk about the IEP review first. We met yesterday afternoon to discuss the next steps for the review. We feel that actually we are almost complete with our accumulation of data for the review. And our plan now is to use the following approach. Well, basically, we want to summarize the current information that we have. We've done 27 interviews. Every member of the board has actually sat in on some of these interviews, which is the first time we've done this, but I think in terms of when we have an overall board review of the document, this will be quite helpful because everybody now has some information about at least the range of opinions that about how IEP could be reviewed and suggestions. We also have questionnaires. We have 118 responses that have been collated, and actually we have some sorts that have been done to look at things such as affiliation and years of familiarity with IEP in terms of looking at different breakdowns. Likewise, we have the previous reviews. We have 5 of those. One that was done very, very recently that was a compilation. And then the brown bag seminars, of course, we're having one this afternoon, but these have been very, very helpful. Although they were on the monitoring enterprise review, a lot of them dealt with issues that IEP is facing, given the role that IEP plays in monitoring. Our next step is then to create bins that summarize the information into major findings. There's a variety of things we're going to do. For one thing, we're going to consider the timing of old recommendations that have been made that were not accomplished or are not revised in terms of the way IEP operates, to determine whether now is a better time that some of these things can be implemented. We're also going to think outside the Delta. We're going to look at groups like IEP that operate and what are the best practices that they've found. We will vet our preliminary recommendations with scientists that are very, very familiar with IEP, including those that we haven't interviewed. For example, we've not interviewed any of the former lead scientists, except with the exception of Sam Luoma. We also will be working with some of the key Delta scientists to look at actually the implementation of some of the recommendations that we have. We've divided up assignments. We're going to check in August before our next conference call to see where we are, and I think we're in quite good shape with this review.
Any questions on that one? Okay, I think I'll do the invasives next, the ecosystem one. And the ecosystem group met yesterday and had I think a very productive meeting, and I think we made a lot of progress on where we're going. We've recall that as far as the ecosystem group is going, we decided to work on invasive species, which is one of the core strategies in Chapter 4 of the Delta Plan, one of the core ones that has not been yet covered by our board. We talked about a way forward, and after, I'd say, a healthy discussion yesterday, we thought one of the things we want to do is hold a workshop or a panel, and at our November meeting, our next November meeting, and the idea in this case is the first group would be maybe an extended panel, 4 to 5 people, each giving an extended introductory presentation of about 15 minutes each, and then having an open discussion for maybe a full half a day on that. The concept would be to start off large and broad, probably even certainly outside the Delta, but folks that are thinking at really big levels of what the whole issue of in terms of invasives and non-natives and novel ecosystems, and when does something that comes into a system and become established become part of the native system or part of no longer a pest, those kinds of things. So I didn't say that at all as eloquently as John did, and unfortunately we didn't capture his words, so we know there's a really good idea in there somewhere. And so over the next few days we'll sort of try and remember what we said. But that first meeting would kind of set the stage for the bigger picture of how you deal with invasives and the concept of, let's say, doing restoration, and the concept of climate change, things like that are also changing. So that would be our November workshop. We're going to be coming up with a list of names very shortly to try and do that, to secure those folks to come to our November workshop. Then we'd hold I'm calling it a workshop, but it really is sort of an expanded panel in a way, and a discussion. It's not a workshop like Jay talked about, or probably not a panel like we've been having, but somewhere in between. We would hold a second panel, let's say, in our March meeting, and that one would be more focused on bringing folks in that specifically address some of the invasive issues related to the Delta itself, and that are working in the Delta and what's really important in the Delta. And that would be at our March meeting, which would be held shortly after, I believe, the IEP meeting. So some of the folks that are at IEP would be available for us to talk about that, and maybe like to attend our thing as well. We also reviewed some of we know there's a lot of activity going on in various agencies in terms of invasive species. We know there's a California Invasive Species Council, for example, which has a well laid out plan for how to deal with new invaders. There's a list of potential invaders. There's risk assessments that are done in terms of which ones are likely and what could be done with them. And I'm repeating stuff that Rachel just told me yesterday, who has worked in one of those invasive species groups in an agency. So that's kind of where we're at. We believe that we can get a perspective together, a draft prospectus for you to look at by our next meeting, our next board meeting. So, John or Dick, anything else to add? Or Joy?
Or
I guess
Dick.
John first.
Yes, that was
John?
Okay. Yeah, I think we're talking about something that potentially has a huge scope to it. And, we started off calling this the ecosystem review. Well, that encompasses everything. And we don't really want to do that. And I think, as Steve indicated, we've identified invasive species as sort of something that has received a lot of attention in the Delta, and certainly nationally and internationally. It's a hot button topic, and there's a huge literature on it, and diverse opinions and intense arguments going on that get enmeshed with personality traits and things like that. But I think what we want to do, what we see as missing, is an integrated aspect of this. And Steve was talking yesterday about integrated pest management, and I think we're talking about integrated invasive management, something that really looks at this intersection between invasives or non-native or native species essentially coming into the Delta from elsewhere. And, invasives is a pejorative term, and that's not really what we're thinking about. We're thinking about newcomers. And how they interact with the consequence of that, which is the creation of novel ecosystems and new assemblages and new webs of interactions and new food web dynamics, and how that then plays into ongoing ecological restoration efforts, both in terms of influencing the pathway that restoration activities might take, and in looking at what is planned on restoration and how that either opens the door or closes the door or selectively opens the door to non-native or non-newcomer species coming into a system, and trying to look at that nexus between newcomer species, the novel ecosystems that are created, and the role that restoration plays in this complex. And that, I think, is the focus of this review. And that's plenty, but we think that's not something that's really being done, in which the board looking at it could make a substantial contribution to how future efforts are taken in this area.
Steve?
Yes.
Could I add so?
Yeah, okay, let's Joy add, and then Tracy has a question. Go ahead, Joy.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. I think there's a real opportunity here to link the study of invasives to the restoration of Delta ecosystems. So I'll be pushing for that, and also to extend for the evaluation of invasives beyond the strictly aquatic ecosystem to the emergent, floating, and submerged vegetation, and to a number of invasive alien algae that seem to be expanding globally in response to climate change. So we have an opportunity to try to say everything. And when you look at the literature, it's hard to believe that everything hasn't already been said, but it hasn't been said for the Delta, and we'll be able to make a contribution there, I'm sure.
Okay, Tracy?
And thanks, John and Steve and Joy, for the summary. And thank you, John, for talking about invasives being a pejorative term. I would urge us to consider, as a science board, to try to avoid a term like invasives, because it is a value judgment. It's not a statement of fact. In the water quality review, one of the things we decided yesterday is we're consistently saying non-native aquatic weeds. Non-native is a statement of fact. They're aquatic. And the fact that they are causing problems is what makes them a weed. And I understand that there is so much embedded in the legislative body and in all the councils that are set up and all the names. But if we could say non-native or non-indigenous rather than invasive in our deliberations and our writings, that would be a nice example. It may be futile, but.
I think you make an excellent point, Tracy. In fact, if you look at the National Invasive Species Council and the various state invasive species councils, they are very careful in terms of their terminology. And if you just look at the California Invasive Species Council, I think it's a 2008 report, they do define those terms explicitly in there. And I think that that's sort of the thing I think we would adopt too.
Well, I think we also need to recognize that there are native species that are invasives, are unwanted newcomers to a system. But you're right, by using the word unwanted, you've put it into a value assessment, and it depends upon whose values you're using. And we could have an extensive philosophical background section of our report that deals with value systems.
One of my first encounters with this was in one of the NOAA National Invasive Councils. I was there and I said, I don't understand though why we're taking in Washington State, we have a native species, the ghost shrimp, and a invasive species, the Japanese oyster, and we're spraying pesticides from helicopters to kill the native species so we can culture the invasive species. And they said, well, no, you're totally wrong. By definition, once a species becomes economically important, it's no longer invasive. So that's again, it's semantics, but so I've been aware of this, and we could potentially just say we will use these non-normative terms that still reflect what all the definitions are in the legislative body. Anyway, just my thoughts.
Yeah, if you want to get in that debate, try and argue against stocking salmon in the Great Lakes, which are North Pacific salmon.
Or striped bass.
Or striped bass. I would like members of the board, if they have any sort of fundamental references on the higher level theoretical stuff, non-native stuff, or the stuff that John talked about, send them to Kat. Kat will be working with us on this particular review, and we'll be compiling a bibliography, so feel free to send those to her. Any other questions on this topic? Okay, Vince.
Well, I thought I was going to go right into the monitoring enterprise review, because I wanted to open with pointing out that the similarity with what we're doing in the IEP and the MER, the monitoring enterprise review, is really quite strong. And also I wanted to mention that Liz and Dick and Tracy and I have been doing the IEP review, and again the spillover, if that's appropriate word, has been so great for that. Also, I wanted to point out that Edmund and Kat and Darcy have been incredibly helpful in this IEP review, both in terms of actually making transcripts of the interviews that we have. So we have not only our own notes, but we have transcripts available. And then especially the role that Kat's been playing with Edmund in analysis. We really appreciate that very, very much. So and again, the relationship with the monitoring enterprise review, which consists of John, Tracy, myself, and Steve is really quite strong, and the two of them we're really seeing them as one feeding into the other. So today we're going to have the 5th panel discussion on in this series on monitoring, and we've been referring to it as the Federal Monitoring Panel. But if you notice on the handout, we're calling it now the National and Regional Monitoring Programs, and this is going to be a mixture of shorter presentations and then a detailed panel discussion. And I'll be doing the introductions, and we'll kind of go over that. But again, you have a handout that sort of describes very well what we're going to do. The Delta Science Program staff has been working with our group, the Monitoring Enterprise Review Subgroup, to work on reissuing the RFP, and we have a draft that we will be discussing at the lunch break today within the subgroup, and we're hoping. We've had a lot of dates that we've talked about, but we're hoping by the end of the year we have our consultant on board for actually doing the work as intended. CAT is working to revise the questionnaire that we produced with the when the consultant comes on board that we'll use in terms of the best way to distribute that. So, this has been a long, drawn-out affair with a lot of issues, as you're aware of. So we're hoping actually we can proceed as quickly as possible in getting the new RFP out and getting a very good consultant to actually help with this inventory and preparing. I think we've learned a lot through this process in terms of what we're hoping the consultant will do, and especially what our plans are for the review itself. So again, John and Tracy and Steve and I will be meeting this afternoon, and hopefully we'll make some progress on getting that new RFP out, because that's the critical link right now, is to get that done. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next, we're actually scheduled for a break right now. Is that still? And then we would come back and we're going to talk about our summary sheet for the restoration. And I think we're enough ahead of schedule. We'll probably then move up the item that deals with the upcoming meetings as well. And that will still give us an early break for lunch, at which time the monitoring group will be having a work group meeting. So just about a 10-minute break, I think, 10 or 15 minutes. Pardon? I'm looking at Edmund, yeah. 15 minutes? Okay. Okay, welcome back to our board meeting. The next item is number 6, and it has to do with our summary sheets. And there's really two components to this. One is to deal first with the summary sheet dealing with habitat restoration, and then the second is to just talk in general about summary sheets and whether or not we want to do any other older ones. So let's start off. Kat, are you leading this?
Correcting them provided people.
If you want, you can talk about it. I have some notes,
Well,
though.
I'd like you to say some details, but just for everyone's recollection, this was a review that was done in 2013, which was before I was on the board. And so I wrote an initial draft that was an attempt to summarize something I hadn't participated in, so that was tough. And it was quite brief. And then it got longer when Kat came in and actually did a lot of the work. And then I think what we have is a nice compromise. Go ahead, Kat.
Okay, so we have a couple discussion points today, but I'm just going to start by mentioning some of the changes in this restoration sheet compared with the previous adaptive management and Delta as an evolving place one. So there's just some differences in colors and fonts. There's also now at the top the little title that says Summary Sheet, Delta ISB's 2013 Restoration Review, so that people can know what this is summarizing. And then the format of this sheet focuses more on, or aligns more with the actual review. So there's different sections that go along with how the review was laid out. So there's background, approach, findings, and recommendations, whereas previous sheets focused more just on the recommendations and a little bit of background. So those are some of the changes. And then for discussion, so I sent this out to the whole board for comments, and some of the comments that I got back were about the second page. So in previous summary sheets, there have been some highlighting of examples of projects that were related to the theme. Because this was an old review, as Joy mentioned, we had a little bit of trouble coming up with what to put for examples, as not a lot of projects had started in 2013. So we decided not to put a whole lot of text about any specific projects since they weren't mentioned in the actual reviews, but just to mention them, like just to have some photos of them and show where they were, and have a map showing where some of the different efforts were occurring in the Delta. But some people were questioning whether this page was necessary or goes with the role of summary sheets. So I'll open that up.
I think what we were questioning ourselves about was, exactly. I'm sorry. We were questioning whether exactly who the summary sheet would go to, and I think the audience intended is what should dictate whether the second page is included. A very general audience would appreciate photographs of some examples, I think.
I think our original discussions about all of this came out of one of the retreats we had, where there was a discussion about once we finish our reports, how can we get better distribution and outreach, so to speak, on those reports. And we came up with a lot of ideas in terms of giving presentations at scientific meetings, writing publications like we did for the restoration, and producing one-page sort of or two-page flyer summary sheets so that people can be alerted to the fact that we wrote the review. So that's kind of the intended audience, would be agency folks, stakeholder folks, and so forth, but it was more or less designed to be an advertisement of the review we did, as opposed to an independent report on the subject. And so that's sort of the context, I think, background. And I think I saw Vince first.
Yeah, I really like the idea of this update in Delta restoration, given that the report is 5 years old, and things have changed so much. And I think having that with these photos, with just a one line, just not even a one line, a short description is I think this is really a nice addition.
John?
Yeah, I second that. I think that this is an old enough review that we're playing catch up with several of the reviews, and I think it is almost incumbent upon us to update them judiciously where we can. And this one's easy to update because you just put in a map, and it indicates, the map itself indicates sort of the current status of what's going on with this. And this is a different map from the one that appeared in the review, which was very difficult to generate at that time. So I very much like this second page of it, and I think we should follow the same thing when we're doing catch-up summary sheets. I think at some point we won't be doing that anymore, and then there will be more synonymy between the review and the summary sheet.
Tom?
Yeah, I second that. I had a kind of picky point, but in the recommendations under number 2, consider climate and environmental uncertainty. Isn't that really climate change?
climate would modify was, is there a problem? Climate uncertainty, environmental uncertainty.
Right, but rather than just, isn't it more about the going forward, the changes in the climate rather than, variability and the uncertainty and unaffected climate?
I think since you are our expert, we can defer to your opinion here.
I think, though, we need to, since this first page is really a summary of our review, we should go back to our review and see what language we use there and just be consistent. I think
But
we've
isn't
been,
it more important what we meant?
I think if it's a summary, it's more important than what we said. What we said should be what we meant, but I think we've been using climate change myself, but.
Well, I think, here it's a question of whether, you can get into the details. Is climate modifying the word uncertainty, or are we considering climate and environmental uncertainty as two different categories? Do we want to consider climate change? We're sort of in a semantic morass here that I think no one aside from the people in this table are going to be the least bit concerned about.
Well, I would think it's important from the perspective that we still have that ongoing issue of climate change deniers. And if we mean climate change, we should say climate change. So, it's what the original report meant, I guess, rather than how it said it.
Well, I'll take bets at 2-to-1 odds that we actually use climate change quite extensively in the original report. So I've got no problem. I'm just saying, let's make sure we're consistent with what we said.
I'm looking at the review now, and it does say climate change, so I'll change it.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay,
Very fine,
any other comments on this? Okay, I don't think we need a formal vote to approve it, but without objection, we'd say go ahead and publish it. The next sort of caveat to this is that in terms of the process, I think for our current and upcoming reviews, let's say the one on water quality, I would suggest that a simple process would be to ask the work group or the leads of the work group to put it together and publish it, and just be consistent with the report, rather than bringing it back here, because we're not going to be adding any new information. It takes a lot of our time, and I would just trust them, and if someone violently objects, we can edit it. But that goes through the staff and at least 3 or 4 members of the board. Does that seem reasonable approach?
Yes.
Okay, John?
We wouldn't have another opportunity to wordsmith if you do that.
And that was part of the point, yeah.
Thank you.
The other one is whether or not we want to do any more of past reviews, given the challenges we've had with the restoration. The only 2 past reviews I think we have that we have not done summary sheets, I guess levies would be one of those, and fish and flows. And the fish and flows one I'm really going to argue against, mainly because it would fall in my lap to do it. In some sense, I do think it's a bit out of date. One of our key recommendations was the development of a integrated modeling program, which of course has taken major steps forward with the council and the science program, and I guess the question is, do we want to do that? It's going to come into perhaps even more being out of date than the restoration one is. But Jay?
I think that's one of the best reports we've done in terms of bringing some new ideas and setting forth a new direction for the agencies. I don't think that the integrated modeling proposals and work, they've gone a little bit in that direction, but not in the kind of more coherent way that was laid out in our report. Most of the discussions that in the current integrated modeling effort are a little bit more, quite a bit more diffuse, I think. So I think of all the subjects that we're thinking about doing two-page summaries, that's probably the one I would think is the most useful. It is a little bit older report, but I think the core ideas of it are still very relevant, and a two-page summary at this time that's properly crafted might help move those conversations along the directions that we laid out in our report. So I think it would be more useful than most of the ones that we've been spending time on.
I second.
Of course you would. Well,
And it has the additional feature of it requires a little bit more expertise from and input from our distinguished chair.
Well, and then I think it goes back to the work group, and the only two work group members that are here are you and I. So that means we have to volunteer to do it.
That can be done.
Okay, so Jay volunteers to take the lead on this. And I'll work with Jay, and we'll put together something, and I guess we'll have Kat's help on this as well. So maybe Kat can do a first draft. In color.
I think you
Oh,
can.
John?
I think you can do the same thing that was done on this one, and I just have a little section right at the end that says, here's some updates.
I think it'll make it better that
And
way.
that strengthens it, but it's still very current. So I don't think you're going to get out of it that easily.
I tried. Okay, so we'll go ahead and do that one. That one will probably be the next one, and the levies one would be the other one we need to, our key author on that is not here.
Bring them back.
We could ask him if he's willing to do some drafting of it, yes?
Although
Vince is volunteering?
No, the levy one was really quite different, you know, it was that workshop, and I you know, if we're gonna skip one, that would be one that I think we could skip.
Because it has sort of a different
Yeah.
formation process.
Yeah, I'd second that. I'd be willing to take that on, but it's almost focused on the research community rather than any policy aspect. So I agree with Vince.
Unless we think that there's some policy implications we would like to draw attention to in a two-pager, then I would just leave it where it is.
Yeah.
Okay, then I hear consent. Oh, go ahead, Joey.
Just found the considerations of climate change and environmental uncertainty in our 2013 review. So let's change that word, okay?
Got it. Okay, so that's the modification of this one. It's ready to go, the restoration, and then we will go ahead and Jay and I will take the lead or Kat will take the lead of putting something together for Jay and I to look at on the fish and flows, and we won't do one on the levees. And then I think that'll catch us up on the summary sheets. Okay? All right. We're going to move up to item number 8 on the list, which is the preparation for our upcoming meetings. And just going to go through this. On August 10th is our next meeting, and just a reminder to email to Edmund if your location is going to be different than the standard location. A reminder that we're not going to be having a WebEx for that one, so it'll just be a phone call. We very likely will have a draft non-natives prospectus by the time the August meeting comes through, so we will try and get that to you. That'll be one of the major topics to discuss, and then our standard updates for the various reviews. Anything else? You thinking NERR might have something more?
Is it gonna be a one-day meeting or a two-day meeting?
August 10th is a teleconference.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
What's the date?
August 10th at 9 o'clock. Do you have any thing that you think might be updated with the NERR? I guess you won't know until later.
No, but we will have an update on the IEP for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. The NERR, we may be able to give you a date that the RFP is going out, but,
Okay. Anything else we're missing for that August?
I'm guessing we can have that workshop agenda going out for individual comment from board members and have that come back by then.
Okay, in the September meeting, recall that the Bay Delta Conference is here from September 10th to 12th. I believe that's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then our board meeting is now scheduled to be a 2-day meeting on the 13th and 14th, or maybe it's just a full-day meeting on the 13th now that I'm looking at it. Edmund, you want to fill us in?
Yes. So I think originally it was scheduled for the 13th and 14th, but right now we're thinking it's going to be a 1-day meeting only on the 13th, unless there's any other agenda items that come up.
Do you want to explain the field trip on that?
Yes. So on September 13th, it will be in Delta meeting. Right now we're debating, or we're looking into in Delta meeting room. Right now we're either thinking of the Big Break Community Center or the Community Center in Brentwood. And the idea is as we're traveling to the meeting site, we will be making a few tour sites. Right now, we have reached out to DWR to see if they're willing to help take us on a tour, but the idea is that we'll visit some high priority levee sites from the Delta Plan. That will include Sherman Island, Twitchell Island. So there'll be some small site visits before we get to our meeting. And on our agenda for the 13th, we're planning to have a reflection on the Bay Delta Conference for those who attended and working on the comment letter that you guys have typically done. There will be an annual discussion on the Delta ISB composition and succession planning. And hopefully by then, there will be a release of the Delta Science Plan, potentially, for ISB input. And then outside of that, we'll have our usual status updates.
What 1-day meeting?
Unless there's other things that come up. So please let us know now if you guys envision something.
But we would depart from here, Sacramento on the 3rd. I'm thinking about people's hotels. We depart from here on the 13th and return back here?
Yes, that's the idea.
Yeah, my notes say that it would be intended to be back here by 7 p.m. on the 13th. So for those who are making travel arrangements, either be laid out or overnight on the 13th.
It takes about an hour to get to the community center that we're planning.
Okay.
There's a nearby Pittsburgh BART station. You could conceivably fly out of San Francisco, Oakland.
Okay.
I mean, just for people traveling from outside, that might be easier than going back to Sacramento at night. It's something to consider on that. Logistical option.
Okay, and in November, we would have the non-native species, we'll call it a workshop, but we'll also have a field trip scheduled in November as well, or at least tentative, right?
Yes, that's correct. And then you guys will be hearing from Matt Ferner today, who will hopefully be part of that field tour in Sassoon.
Okay, and that'll be November 1st and 2nd for that meeting. Anything else on the meetings or any questions? Okay, any items that aren't on the agenda that people want to bring up? Because the next step is it's very early, but I mean, we do have a monitoring work group meeting scheduled, so. Yes, Kat?
There was just a point on the restoration sheet that I was going to talk about. It's not on the restoration sheet anymore, but it came up in the comments. I don't know if we want to discuss that, but it was a comment that Dick made about a quote that was initially on the restoration sheet and was on a previous one. It was the overall objective of Delta ISB is to help make the science underlying Bay Delta programs, the application of that science, and the technical aspects of those programs the best that they can be. And that was on a previous summary sheet and is also on the Delta Council's website. And I don't know if Dick wanted to talk about any concerns with the language.
I didn't come prepared to speak to that, so think I was concerned that it was not broadly enough defined and that we hadn't defined it. We are being defined, and that we should take the time to think about that, but I didn't come prepared to speak to that.
I echoed Dick's comments. I just found that, and we should have caught it earlier, but that our goal is to make the science the best that it can be is a little bit of a, I don't know, aspirational or whatever, and I recommended that we fall back to the statutory language, which is what the Delta ISB is impaneled to do, and that's what's in there now, and I think that's fine. So be the best that we can be. So.
So I think, given that we just have a panel for this afternoon, we probably could go through the action items and then call for any public comments not for items not on the agenda, if there are any. I think we can do that, jump ahead for that. And Darcy, by the way, is also sent her apologies. She's in Bali, I believe, so, yeah. What's that?
Did she mean the apology?
I don't think so.
We offered that you could call us.
So I will be doing the reporting of the follow-up items from this meeting. So that's agenda item 9. So I have in the future, John will bring a presenter on the climate vulnerability assessment for the Delta. So that's something to be scheduled down the line. For the Delta Science Lead Scientist report, I have an action item for the board to provide feedback on recommendations for the Social Science Task Force. Please do that by July 18th. For the water supply reliability review, we'll be sending out an early draft agenda for the workshop for the ISB's comment, and then we'll have a version for discussion at the August meeting. For water quality, Tracy, Vince, and Liz are going to continue to finish the final report for the water quality review with the goal of finishing up by July 16th. For ecosystems, I have we're not going to be calling invasive species, but we're going to be calling non-native species for the review focus, or is that not correct? Or is that still up in the air based on your perspective?
For the time being, it can be non-native, yes.
Okay, so it'll be the focus will be on non-native. So the work group, which consists of Steve, Joy, Dick, and John, are going to be working on a draft prospectus, and the draft will be available for discussion in August. They're also going to be working on the workshop/panel planning for November that will focus more broadly on the topic. For this agenda item, I also have that the full board should send literature to CAT on non-native species or any other relevant literature that will be helpful for the work group. For the IEP, as follow-up, the work group members, Vince, Liz, Tracy, and Dick, are summarizing info from the different information gathering for this review, such as the questionnaire responses, the interviews, and summarizing those into major findings, and they will provide a status update in August of where they're at with that. For the Delta Monitoring Enterprise, the work group is continuing to work with staff on reissuing the RFP, and status will also be provided in August. In terms of the summary sheet, a revised version will be posted. So changes agreed upon at this meeting include changing recommendation number 2 to consider climate change and environmental uncertainty. Kat will make that edit afterwards and do a final proofread before posting. At this meeting, there's agreement to keep the second page of the summary sheet because there was mixed views on that beforehand. So at this meeting, we decided that for future summary sheets, a work group will prepare the summary sheets and post them with staff, and will no longer go to the full board. I think there was general agreement on that. Kat is going to take the lead on drafting efficient flows summary sheet, and then we'll present that to Jay and Steve for consideration and edits. We agreed at this meeting not to do one for the levies report. And after that, we should be up to date on all the summary sheets for the thematic reviews. And I think those are all the major follow-up items I currently have, unless anyone else has anything to add.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to suggest this, but I'll suggest it anyway. I was going to suggest that I could make a stab at drafting some thoughts on a prospectus for the ecosystems review and have that to the rest of our group by first thing Monday. And that would at the very least give you something to chew on. And my thought there was to address this question of invasives by having a very short paragraph or even a footnote that basically says, here's how we're going to deal with the semantics of the problem, and get that into the prospectus and then carry it through.
Sounds great. Any other questions or additions for Edmund? Great job. Any comments from the public on items not on the agenda? Come on, you guys. Okay. So I guess we will break, but and reconvene at 12:30 with the panel. The monitoring enterprise group is meeting here, in there. Okay. So I guess right away, and then lunch will show up, I think, at 11:15 here, or?
So for the More Work group, lunch will be served here at 11:15. For everyone else, you will go to the executive conference room for lunch.
Okay. Well, thank you. Meeting adjourned till 12:30.
Thanks to the panelists that we have today. We really appreciate this. We've entitled this National and Regional Monitoring Programs, and the purpose of this panel is really to inform both the public who's here and the Delta Independent Science Board as we engage in this review of what we're calling the monitoring enterprise that occurs in the Delta. And as you know, it's vast and very, very complex. And so this is a very, very important part of the review we're doing. And this is actually the 5th panel that we've put together over the years, over the past 2 years on this topic. So what we'd like to do, and I've mentioned this, is that each panel member will introduce themselves and give their little bit about their background. And for approximately 7 minutes, we'll provide some type of overview of the monitoring program they have. Now, for the audience, there is a description of detailed biographies provided for each of the panelists, and also this wonderful set of handouts suitable for framing that everybody has provided. So the public, you're certainly invited to make any questions or comments, but also you don't need blue cards. That's always been the number of times we've reminded you about that. And again, the printed copies of the presentations are available, and this is this beautiful set right here. So let me just introduce the panelists, and they're going to speak in alphabetical order. First of all, Steve Albert, who's with the Institute for Bird Populations, and he'll talk about in the that program is monitoring avian productivity and survival, and then monitoring neotropical migrants in winter. So thank you very much, Steve. Then Joe Domagalski from the USGS, the National Water Quality Assessment Program, and Matt Ferner from the San Francisco Bay National Estuarine Research Institute, also at San Francisco State University. Robert Hartman, who's with the California-Nevada River Forecasting Center. And finally, Mary Kentula from the USEPA, the National Wetland Condition Assessment. Now, we have a list of the questions that we sent to each of these, but basically, we're asking people to provide an overview of the goals and purposes of their program, the geographic scale, the temporal scale, some of the products that they've produced, major users of the data, how it's being used in the Delta if known, and then how does it coordinate its monitoring both internally and within the program, and especially externally with other agencies. This is something we're very especially interested in. So we've sent each of the panelists a series of questions, one of which is, what are the major challenges of monitoring on a federal or regional level? Are there emerging issues, topics that need to be addressed? And if there are, how are you addressing them? How often do you evaluate and update monitoring techniques? How flexible is the program to change? How can the monitoring enterprise be improved? And again, bringing it back to the Delta, how can the Delta ISB's review of monitoring activities in the Delta be most useful to your program? So in other words, not only are you assisting us, but we're asking if we can provide you anything that would be helpful. So again, thank you to all the panelists. We'll be going in alphabetical order, and I'll start with Steve Albert.
Great, thank you so much for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here. IBP is not currently doing a lot of work out in the Delta, but we would love to. I have visited the Delta several times doing some monitoring for herons and egrets with my friends at Audubon Canyon Ranch, who monitor the heron and egret colonies out there. So I've been tromping around a little bit out there looking at heron and egret nests and colonies. But yeah, my name is Steve Albert. I work with the Institute for Bird Populations in Point Reyes Station, California. As John knows, we are not the Point Reyes Bird Observatory or Point Blue. We're a smaller and different organization than they are. And I'll talk about IBP in a minute, but I went to school at Colby College in Maine and the University of Arizona. Over the course of my career, I worked for a variety of federal and state agencies, the National Park Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Indian tribes, and a little bit in the private sector as well. And I've been with IBP for about 4 years. And today I'm going to talk about two of our major monitoring programs, the MAPS, which stands for Monitoring Avian Productivity and Survivorship, and the MOSI program, which is the Spanish acronym for Monitoring Overwinter Survival. IBP, as I mentioned, we're located in West Marin in Point Reyes Station. It was established in 1989 by Dr. Dave DeSanti, and our primary objectives are to provide research and monitoring that supports the conservation of birds and their habitats. We have a strong emphasis on publishing peer-reviewed level science in major scientific outlets and journals and other outlets, and also in training the next generation of conservation scientists. We have a number of fellowship and internship programs. And our website is birdpop.org if you want any more information. I'd also like to point out that there's a link in the top bar to our publications, and you can see over 100 or nearly 100 publications related to the MAPS program, and about 500 or 600 publications altogether from our various programs. We think that birds are nearly ideal environmental barometers. Before the canary in the coal mine was a cliche, coal miners really did carry canaries and goldfinches and other birds with them into the mines because birds are susceptible to environmental factors, environmental influences and contaminants before they're detectable by humans in several other ways. Birds are abundant. It's hard to go out on a day and not see birds if you keep your eyes open, especially someplace like the Delta. There are thousands or tens of thousands of birds around. They're vocal and diurnal. They're easy to identify, count, track population levels or track abundances. They have a medium longevity, which is important for an organization like ours that works with demographics to try to find shifts in population numbers and what's happening with productivity and annual survivorship. They're not, a species that lives 1 year, and they're not like elephants where they live, decades. Most birds in the wild live 3 to 4 to 5, 7 years. So once you get sort of a long-term data set like we do of a couple of decades, you can really start to detect some strong demographic trends. They have a rapid metabolism, which is also great for something like peregrine falcons, where some of the first danger signs of DDT, DDE, heavy metals were birds were the bellwether, and they were the warning sign that something was going wrong in the environment. And they have a high trophic position, so they bioaccumulate things, and also for the same reasons. And one of the major reasons that they're a great environmental barometer is people love them. And that's really important for a couple of reasons. One, people will care about them and have a lot of traction with the public, but also programs like eBird, the Audubon Christmas bird count, the monitoring that goes on in the delta of the heron and egret colonies. There is no shortage of volunteers that love birds and want to go out and monitoring them. The program eBird, which in case you don't know, it's run by the Cornell Lab of Ornithology, where people will go online and record their bird observations. They get a million new records a month. They're approaching 1 billion records, and it's just an enormous citizen science database for some really strong inference of what's going on with bird populations around the world. It started in North America, now it's going on around the world. But despite considerable effort to study the factors that limit migratory bird populations, our understanding of when and how these populations are limited remains poor. And that maybe seem a little bit counterintuitive given that everything that we do know about birds, but when you think about migratory birds especially, they're tiny, they migrate often at night, they fly huge distances over deserts, mountains, oceans, international boundaries. It's really hard to figure out where they go and exactly what's limiting populations. You can often detect trends in populations, whether they're going up or down, but to figure out what exactly is driving those populations remains difficult. And it's especially important for migratory birds that spend birds of two worlds. They've often been called birds of two worlds. They spend, part of the year in North America, part of the year in the neotropics. What's going on? If you see a bird population declining, are they declining for reasons that are going on in North America or on the Delta? Or is it something that's happening, in Western Mexico? That's a really important question to answer, because you could spend a lot of time restoring habitat in the breeding area, but if something's happening in the wintering area that's driving population change, you're not really going to be doing very much good. You may have seen this picture before. It's called the arrow stork, or the file storch. This was a bird that showed up in Germany in 1822. And before that time, people didn't really believe that birds could migrate vast distances. They saw birds appear during one season and disappear and go someplace else, but they never knew where they went. This bird showed up in Germany near Munich in 1822 with a spear through its through its neck. It turned out to be an African spear, and it was sort of one of the first inferences that people had that, oh my gosh, that birds really can migrate thousands of miles. So it was a really important scientific or quasi-scientific discovery. So that niche of looking at bird. Okay, so and here's the joke too. So I would say that the next time you're tempted to complain about your leg room when you're flying on Southwest or something like that, just think about trying to fly with a spear through your throat. So the first tag bird. That's right, exactly, the first tag bird. Kind of a bulky tag, but it worked. Got the information. So as I mentioned, our organization was founded by Dr. Dave DeSanti in 1989 to fill that niche of demographic monitoring, to figure out what exactly is going on with bird populations beyond just the rise and fall in the population numbers. Try to figure out, is it something to do with productivity? Is it something to do with survivorship? So he started the MAPS program, Monitoring Avian Productivity and Survivorship. Started with a handful of stations in the Sierras. Over the years, it grew to over 1,300 stations. We have about 2 million demographic records over about the 25 years of the program. I say 25 years because the protocols were standardized in 1993, so it's almost 30 years that the program has been running. And the basic reason for the program is to try to understand the when, where, and why of species decline. Again, is it something that's going on the breeding grounds up here in North America, the wintering grounds down in Central America? But of course, that's only half the story. And then in about 10 years after the MAPS program was started, Dave and some colleagues, Peter Pyle and others, initiated the Monitoring Over Winter Survivorship Program. And we expanded the protocol down into Mexico and Central America to look at similar things of the similar, physical and population factors on the wintering areas. And we have we had about 200 stations. Right now we have about 70 currently active stations in Mexico and Central America. The Caribbean just opened a couple of stations in Cuba, which is really exciting. So to summarize, I'm throwing around a lot of terms, but basically what we do is we measure demography. We look at the age, sex, reproductive status, and population structure of birds to try to estimate what are called vital rates, avian vital rates, productivity, survivorship, and recruitment. There's a lot you can do with a bird in the hand that you can't necessarily do just by going out and doing point counts, looking at birds in other ways. And it's probably time for another joke about a bird in the hand being worth more than a bird in the bush, but I'll leave that one to your imaginations. But anyway, you can look at the age, the sex, the population structure, the health, the injuries, disease, subspecies, populations of origin. Once you have a bird in the hand, you can do quite a lot. Some of our current research that might be relevant to what you folks are doing in the Delta, we're looking at use of riparian habitats of birds, the effects of urbanization, and the effects of weather and climate on reproduction and survival. And the power of the MAPS program goes back to those 1,200 stations and the 2 million records from the entire North American continent. And it gives us the ability to provide really strong inference about what's driving population change in birds. I'm going to talk about just a couple of recent studies that I think show the power of the MAPS program and the database that we're using. About 2 or 3 years ago, we published a study in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences that looked at West Nile virus. Some scientists from IBP and from Colorado State looked at what was happening with annual survival of birds, and they mapped that in relation to the spread of West Nile virus, which was pretty readily mapped to try to figure out how West Nile virus was spreading across North America and what was happening with the annual survivorship of birds. So we looked at 16 years of data from the MAPS program, pre-West Nile, during West Nile, and then after West Nile had swept through an area. Looked at 49 species, had enough data to look at the effects. Of those, nearly half, 23, showed significant effects from West Nile virus. Maybe one of the more striking example was the red-eyed vireo. It looks like we may have lost a third of the entire North American population of that species. About 30 million birds died from West Nile virus. And interestingly enough, you can see in that graphic, the effects of West Nile were not uniform across all species. If you look at the top two species, wren tit and Swainson's thrush, when West Nile got into the area where they were, the population dipped quite significantly, and those are the red lines on the tail end of the black lines, and they didn't recover, and they had yet to recover by the end of the study. There were other species, Carolina wren and white-eyed vireo, that had a dip in annual survival, but they were able to recover quite nicely. So a little bit of optimism there. Maybe there's some plasticity and resilience to West Nile. But overall, it was an interesting study that, again, used that really robust data set, which becomes more and more valuable every year as a baseline as we go along. Another study that we did in conjunction with UCLA is trying to figure out where our North American birds winter, and I have "our" in quotes there because, of course, we tend to think of them as our birds, but they actually spend more than half the year south of the U.S. border in the tropics. And the typical map that you sort of can grab from any field guide. For this species, Wilson's warbler, you see the breeding areas all across Canada and northern North America as one color, and then the migration corridors, and then the wintering areas in orange in Mexico and Central America. That's interesting information, but it's not incredibly useful from a management standpoint. How do you manage, because most management goes on individual populations. So using the Maps and Mosey network, we had all our cooperators, when they captured one of these birds, a Wilson's warbler, they would extract one tail feather, which grows back quite readily. A lot of birds will molt their tail feathers. It's called fright molt. If they're chased by a predator, they'll molt their tail feathers and then they'll grow them back within a couple days or weeks. And then UCLA, the genetics lab, would determine, would run the genetic analysis and delineate the subpopulations. And they would come up with a nice map like this, the different colors showing the different North American breeding populations. And then as you look down through Mexico and Central America, those pie charts represent the relative proportion of birds from the particular breeding areas that are overwintering in that area. So as you can see, the birds from here, coastal California, Wilson's warbler, are wintering in west central Mexico and Baja California. So that's really good information. If we're worried about Wilson's warbler, we want to concentrate, here in California, we might try to develop some kind of partnership with people that are doing work in the wintering area to see if there's any kind of projects. And again, that's important for this reason. If we look at Wilson's warbler range-wide, according to the USGS, there's been about a 2% per year decline in the species, which is significant. Cumulatively, over about 40 years, that's about a 50% decline. But it's not uniform by each region. If you look at the population in Northeast Canada, Wilson's warbler are in fact increasing. If you look at the population in the Intermountain West, it's going down, it's still going down by about 1.5%. But if you look at the population in the Sierras, the population is crashing by about 5% per year, which is, it's kind of scary. So if we want to do something about Wilson's warbler here in the U.S., here in the Sierras or in coastal California, now we have the information about where those birds are wintering. So anyway, I'd be happy to, at the end, I guess, take any questions or describe some of the other projects we have going on, and that's my contact information. Thank you very much.
Our next presenter, Joe, would you like to give a brief introduction about yourself? A brief introduction about yourself, and then we'll look forward to hearing from you.
Sure, thank you. My name is Joe Domagalski. I came to U.S. Geological Survey back in 1988, and I'm still working there. And I'll be talking today about the National Water Quality Program. We used to call it the National Water Quality Assessment Program. I don't know exactly why we dropped the assessment, but that's what we're calling it today. And if you're not familiar with this, this came about shortly after I started work at USGS. So there was a congressional committee that called the then administrator of the EPA to testify, and Congress asked the person, what can you tell us about the effectiveness of the nation's environmental laws with respect to water? And there, at the time, there really wasn't a nationwide program to really make these kind of assessments. And EPA says, well, gee, we can't really say a whole heck of a lot. We've been implementing these laws, but we don't have a way to do a national assessment right now. And so somebody in Congress says, well, who can we contract with that could do that could set up a study design throughout the country that would have the right protocols and a good laboratory and scientists that could assess the data. And so somebody says, well, gee, maybe the U.S. Geological Survey. So that's how we came into this. And let's see, maybe I'll go to the next slide. Oops, did I turn this off? Is this one on top, right?
No, it's that one.
Ah, there you go. All right. Yeah, so the program goals are there. The program goals are status and trends in water quality data and understanding in important watersheds throughout the United States. So we chose watersheds where the greatest part of the population of the United States was. We said that we were going to have different goals of the program with time. And so in the first 10 years, we said, well, we're going to just get this program off the ground. We're going to have these sampling sites. And then in the second cycle, we started what we call some special studies on agricultural impacts on water quality from agriculture, the effects of nutrients on stream ecosystems, anthropogenic effects on groundwater, and ways to look at aquatic ecology in streams throughout the United States. And then the third cycle we're on right now, we've got some large-scale studies that we're just about coming to the conclusion on. California was the last one to participate in these large-scale studies, but they were locations where we chose about 100 stream locations where we could do multiple stressors. And that one was not Delta-centric. That was on the Central California coast, so I won't say too much about that. But this is kind of how the program evolved over time. And at the same time, we had a group of statisticians and modelers that came together that said, well, we've got a limited number of data points. So we started out in the Sacramento River, for example, and we had 12 sites. And Sacramento River is many, many square miles in area, and the same thing was true in all these other watersheds that we were studying. And so we charged the statisticians with saying, how can we make predictions of what's going on? How do we understand water quality in a large area that might be affecting downstream uses, whether it might be hypoxia in the Gulf of Mexico or similar types of problems in Chesapeake Bay and other areas such as the Delta in California. So overall, during this time, then the program is a lot more than just data collection. It's also charging some of our top scientists with figuring out how to understand this data and provide useful tools for managers throughout the country. All right, and then we do some synthesis publications from time to time. And these are two reports that just came out last couple of months or so. One of them is a synthesis of that 10-year study on agricultural chemicals throughout the United States. We had some sites in California as part of that study, and then in a few other states. And then the other document that's shown on that screen has to do with a synthesis of the work that we did on nutrient effects on stream ecosystems. So these are really nice documents. They're meant for managers. They're a good synthesis of maybe up to 100 different journal articles and written in a way that people can readily grasp what the concepts are, both with the text and with the graphics. All right, so with respect to the Delta, we've had 2 long-term sites, and we have a program, a component of the program right now that we call our Trends program. All right, so we've cut down on the number of sites that we've sampled throughout the country. In California, we have 3 trend sites. 2 of them are relevant to the Delta. One is the Sacramento River at Freeport. The other is the San Joaquin River at Finalize. We have one in Southern California as well on the Santa Ana River. All right. So we started sampling the San Joaquin River at Finalize back in 1991 and the Sacramento River at Freeport in the mid-90s. And we've got a continuous record of at least some of the constituents that we've been monitoring. So the constituents that we're currently doing at these 2 sites include nutrients, pesticides, we do the field parameters, and some inorganic constituents. And then from time to time, we get some additional requests to do from the national program to do some special studies. So we're monitoring some constituents related with harmful algal blooms at the Freeport station right now. We've got some money to do continuous monitoring with nitrate sensors, a nitrate sensor at Freeport. And then we have a laboratory in Denver where all these samples go to. At Denver, we have a group of scientists that are analytical chemists, and they're constantly looking for changing patterns in pesticide use throughout the country. So they're developing methods to keep up with the changing types of compounds that we may be detecting. All right. And then I'll show you a couple examples of our data interpretation. One of them is called the Sparrow model, and that stands for a spatially referenced regression on watershed attributes. So what does that mean? All right, so we have a limited number of data points, but we want to be able to say anywhere in the Sacramento River can we make, or Sacramento River watershed, or any watershed that we're studying in this program, what's affecting the water quality with respect to certain constituents. And we developed this model specifically for nutrients because we've got the most data for that. And I'll show an example of that here in a couple other slides. And then another model that was developed by one of our top scientists, Robert Hirsch, is the EGRID/WRTDS model. And since we've been studying these rivers for more than a couple decades, we want to have tools to be able to do some sophisticated statistics on this. And then it was asked, are our scientists working with local people on this? Yes, so we about a year or two ago, we asked Robert Hirsch to come to SFEI and to advise those scientists on how to set up some effective long-term monitoring stations for the Bay RMP. And then recently, SFEI and with another scientist used the EGRID model to look at trends in nutrient loads and concentrations within the delta. So these models are designed to be able to be used by local scientists. So the EGRID, for example, is completely open source. We can sort of say that about Sparrow, but not really. It's you really need the for Sparrow you still need USGS to help you out with that. So this is a little bit hard to see on this scale, but the Sparrow model we developed for all of California. We had a limited number of sampling sites. I think we had about 100 or so sampling sites. So I collected this data from various agencies. And then if you squint again and look at this plot, this is some results from the model that show for different parts of the state, what are the sources of nitrogen to the streams. So not surprisingly, up in the mountains, it comes from forested land. As we get into the Central Valley, agriculture becomes more important. And then squinting even further, we can take a cruise down the Sacramento River from the headwaters to the ocean. And this plot shows the percentage of where the nitrogen comes from, where we are at any portion of the Sacramento River. So as we're going down the mountains, it's mostly from the forested land, then ag picks up, and then there's a big bump up just below Sacramento from the regional sanitation district. And then we've got a similar one on the bottom for the San Joaquin River. And then here's a quick example of the WRTDS model, which stands for Weighted Regression on Time, Discharge, and Seasons. And this is the Sacramento River at Freeport for total nitrogen, showing actual calculated loads in red, and then a line through it showing how these concentrations have been affected by flow. And on the right side, it's a load model, and it takes all the concentrations, all the discharges on every day, goes through a routine to see like how these loads are affected by changing conditions in discharge. And so in terms of loads, it looked like we had like a decreasing trend for a while, kind of bottomed out, then a slight increase, and now we're going into a slightly decreasing load. So it looks like there's, and so this is at Freeport, this is above regional sanitation, so the effect of the wastewater is not reflected in this particular graph, but it's just an example of some of the types of analysis that we can do with our data. I'll finish up with this. I've been working on some data that we've collected at these two sites from the NAQA program to look at, answer the question was what happened with pesticides before, during, and after the drought. And for most pesticides, concentrations dropped during the drought because there was less water to move these to the streams. But some, and yeah, so this is one example here, thiobencarb in Sacramento River showing decreasing concentrations during the drought. But in some cases, we actually had increasing concentrations. So imidacloprid, a neonicotinoid pesticide, this is another type of model that our scientists have developed where we can look at seasonal inputs of this compound. And the red line on the left is a EPA benchmark for chronic toxicity. And then I just did a cumulative plot on the right to show what percentage of the time a particular concentration was exceeded. And so this just indicates that this is one compound that we have to keep our eyes on because about 70% of the time it's above this EPA benchmark for chronic toxicity. And yes, that was my last slide. So this program has been going on for more than 25 years, obviously more than one administration. It seems like whichever administration comes in, they kind of like this. And we've got, we're expecting to have continued funding for this for the foreseeable future. Every 10 years we reassess, we submit a new plan, we get the National Academy of Sciences to review it, and then we start to roll it out at that point.
Thank you very much, Joe. Very, very interesting. Matt?
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me today. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you, and I feel like we always have more to learn from each other's monitoring programs, so it's a good effort that you're undertaking. My name is Matt Ferner. I've originally trained as a biological oceanographer and sensory ecologist focused on benthic marine invertebrates, and my interests were primarily in chemical and physical controls on animal behavior and interactions with other parts of the ecosystem. And that led me to join the National Estuarine Research Reserve System, which is administered by NOAA and in conjunction with coastal states around the country. And a little tiny map of the United States there shows the coastal states highlighted in red and green and includes the Great Lakes states. And in particular, I wanted to highlight today some of the benefits and details of our system-wide monitoring program, which we of course call SWAMP. And it's different from the surface water ambient monitoring program, which is also called SWAMP, but spelled correctly, so that sometimes is a point of confusion. I should have probably made a joke about that. But one of the hallmarks of the NERS program that some of us were discussing before the panel started here today is that it's a tight partnership between the federal government, who provides funding and coordination and some guidance at the national level, and the states, the coastal states, and a particular agency for each reserve. And the states provide 30% of the funding, and all of the staff, facilities, the reserve sites, and all of the other on-the-ground resources and activities are run by the states. This is a particularly powerful model for us because not only do it's really possible because of the infusion of some federal dollars, but the state is really invested in the data, in the outcomes of the program. It can be adapted to locally relevant management, relevant science and issues, and it involves local stakeholders in a variety of ways. One of the things that's a strong point of the NERS that impacts the monitoring program in particular are the multiple sectors within our program. It's not just a monitoring program or a research program, but it also includes stewardship, invasive species control, restoration, education, and what we call coastal training, which is translating our applied science to decision makers in an effort to enhance management decision making. And all those different sectors, as we call them, interface with each other. The monitoring and research program builds on needs that have been detected and documented through stakeholder needs assessments and other kinds of avenues of figuring out what's needed. And that helps us refine how we deliver our information, how we package technical reports, and so forth. And we all feed on each other, and I think that's a real strength. So for the system-wide monitoring program in particular, we're focused on trying to document trends and variability in environmental drivers and a few select response variables in estuarine systems around the country, and to try to use those long-term monitoring data to support research projects at the site level, synthesis and comparative studies between reserves and between coasts and habitat types. And the goal is to inform decision-making in coastal zone management area. This program was put in place by the Coastal Zone Management Act in 1972, but the SWAMP program in the NERS system really didn't start until 1995, and the first synthesis of data was put out in 1998. So we've really only been at it about 20, 25 years as far as the monitoring program is concerned. I think one of the biggest strengths of the monitoring program and the data are that we make the data publicly accessible right away. Most of the data are available within just a couple hours of being collected. There's several tiers of QA/QC or quality assurance and control that are imposed on those data, and the more authenticated data sets, which we archive and provide as our long-term record, aren't available for a year or two after the initial point of data collection. But the initial data are available right away and are used a lot by local landowners and resource managers, and the public can access those, and it really helps with our outreach and education and generating public support for the program. It's very much a place-based data collection program, so our stations are fixed in space, and we don't move them unless it's absolutely necessary because of some dramatic change in the environment, like it does happen at times. But we also focus on implementing standardized protocols, nationally standardized protocols. We all use the same instrumentation, the same measurement protocols, the same servicing and technical support protocols for all of the different parameters that we measure. There's some exceptions, and there's some regionally organized special protocols for fish or plankton monitoring that are more applicable in certain parts of the country than others. But the core of our monitoring program is nationally standardized, and that helps us to compare the data across reserves and also to train staff. We have an active technician pool of technicians that work at each reserve, that many of them have stayed a decade or two in the same position, and so there's a lot of institutional knowledge. They all get together once a year and train all the new technicians that come into the system on the same protocols, and I think that's been a really helpful part of ensuring that our data are consistently collected over time. As far as planning and adjustments, the entire NERR system, including the SWAMP program, has a 5-year strategic planning cycle where we reevaluate how the last strategic planning goals and objectives were met, what we need to adjust or add or take away for the next 5 years. And then during the implementation of that strategic plan, there's a variety of technical committees and work groups that address specific issues that need to be addressed on refining protocols, adding new parameters, dealing with data archiving and distribution, and a whole variety of special topics like that. I think one of the important parts of our program that I want to make sure and emphasize too is the data management aspect, and I'll come back to this again in a few minutes, but we have a fairly rigorous QA/QC process for our data that involves several tiers of data review and inspection and comparison with other data sources, and we annotate all of those processes and record the metadata and explanatory flags on different data points and how those decisions have been made. And a lot of that information is not collected in some other monitoring programs, and it can make, if you don't have that kind of detailed information, it can make a broad utility of the data less effective, and can lead to erroneous conclusions even if people assume that certain data sets are collected a certain way without really having that documentation. So our centralized data management office is responsible for overseeing that, and I'll come back to that again in a minute. I think the emerging strength of the NERS is going to be in the connection to other long-term monitoring networks and observing systems. This has already started, especially in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic region, where the Integrated Ocean Observing Systems, or IOOS, another branch of NOAA, has really worked closely with the NERS system to combine and actually integrate data and look at data together, not just as separate parcels, but in an integrative fashion. And as that spreads to other agencies, as it has started to on a case-by-case basis, I think that is really going to be a strength for all of our programs and is really the future for what we need to be doing. Just to make sure to review some of the basic details, and I brought some written materials if you guys want to keep any of them, and I didn't put everything in these slides. We have quite a few parameters that are measured as part of the SWAMP program, several dozen when you add them all up. But the core of our program are really the high-frequency physical data that we collect and some chemical data through these water quality and meteorological measurements that are summarized on this slide here. And we all collect these at the same time scale on the hour and every 15 minutes. We all have the same protocols as I mentioned before. Most of these stations are telemetered through satellite telemetry, so they're accessible online fairly quickly. And there's also some additional parameters like chlorophyll sensors and dissolved organic matter sensors that many of the stations also have on them, but not all the stations. So we're still building up full capacity on those things. And then we also have less frequent measures on vegetation, emergent vegetation in marshes, eelgrasses and mangroves, as well as sediment elevation and some other measurements that we only make on a seasonal or annual basis. I think it's implied by our name and the original map I showed of the coastal states, but this is a slide that just shows the current distribution of NERR sites around the country. There's currently 29 reserves, many of which have multiple components and multiple sites within their reserve. And there's a 30th reserve that's been proposed in Connecticut that may be coming online in a couple of years. And the interesting thing about this system and this set of reserves is they're different coasts that can be compared, different biogeographic regions within each coast, different estuarine types. There's freshwater to brackish to saline marshes, and different types of habitats with emergent marsh and eelgrass and mangrove dominated regions. And all those different groups can be subset and compared individually or grouped and compared as a whole. There's a wide variety of ways those data can be compared, and we're really starting to see a major growth phase in the NERRs in terms of data integration and synthesis. We've realized that we need to do more of that to make better use of this data set. I know all of us are concerned about spending a bunch of money collecting data that doesn't get used, and we don't want to see that happen. So we have started releasing requests for proposals through our NERR Science Collaborative, which is a funding body administered currently through the University of Michigan. And those are sometimes focused specifically on funding external scientists to use our data to perform syntheses and do more detailed analysis than what our own staff can handle and have the time for. And I think that's been a real incentive to get people looking at our data. And some great journal articles have come out recently synthesizing swamp data, including one really great one just a couple weeks ago. I'd love to pass those on to you to check them out and see if they're of interest to your group. Let's see. Oh, and at each reserve, I should mention, as I said before, there's multiple sites and components in some of these reserves. The idea is that every reserve has a minimum of 4 water quality stations and 1 weather station. And the water quality stations are always set up along a salinity gradient from most saline to least saline as much as possible given the local system. And I think that's been a real strength for being able to compare between reserves the same kind of salinity regimes, the same type of biological communities, and looking for patterns that vary as time goes on and sea level rise pushes into these habitats and ecosystems. The salinity regimes kind of shift and step up the line of stations. I think we'll have a lot of interesting comparisons to be made there. Here in San Francisco area, our most brackish station is at Rush Ranch in Sassoon Marsh. Originally, Browns Island was our furthest up delta proposed site, but that was almost designated as our 3rd reserve site until the very last moment. I think just days away from our final designation, the Port of Stockton had concerns about the federal government interfering with dredging and the shipping channel, so we pulled out of the Browns Island component. But the Rush Ranch component is still fairly brackish and I think relevant to the Delta monitoring enterprise. And so this is my last slide just to end with a summary of some of the data users and products and data management challenges that we've encountered. There's a lot of history to the SWAMP program and how it came about and how it developed. It was very much a grassroots effort that started small with the original reserves that were highly motivated to make use of their data. And as more reserve sites keep getting added at the state's discretion, more sites can be established. We've increased the size of those working groups and increased the number of opinions on how things should be done. And each new advance and expansion is carefully considered and debated. And so it's kind of built up in a shingled fashion from the grassroots level. There's a lot of data users. Every time they download data, we ask people to submit what they're using the data for and who they are. And there's a big database of all that information. Mostly it's scientists, federal agencies, and state and local government agencies. There's a lot of use by educators, almost as much use by educators and students as by science community. And we really like that and find a lot of value in encouraging data use in the classroom and trying to facilitate the development of curricula that integrate data, and feel that that helps to support the public impression of the value of monitoring data, which translates eventually, hopefully, to votes in favor of science in use in communities and society in general. We're starting to have some social science integrated into our program too, but only in places where there's appropriate expertise. Just like the other programs, I think we focus on data products being our own data as a product that we make available to people to use freely, but also technical reports, lots of peer-reviewed publications. Now more and more synthesis reports and publications are coming out as well. We also make detailed habitat maps of all of our reserve sites and make those available for use as GIS layers and other queryable data sets that people can use for specific research projects. A lot of external scientists have found value in those. And we've developed teaching curricula and outreach materials to try to bring our data and the lessons learned from it to different audiences. There's a lot of challenges in managing the monitoring program, and especially the data collection and usefulness and distribution. One of the ones that the people on the ground often talk about that's not on my list of 5 here is interoperability of data between monitoring programs, being able to actually ingest data from different programs that's formatted in different ways and organized in different ways. Some are organized so that statistical packages like MATLAB and R can ingest that data easily. Others are organized so that people that use Excel can use the data easily. There's a variety of different flagging strategies and all sorts of different ways data can be coded. And that kind of data formatting problem and interoperability of data problem is, I think, real, but also solvable with the appropriate type of technological filters or just grunt work to translate data from one format into another. So I didn't include that as a major nationwide challenge. I think that's something we just have to grapple with and do. But the fundamental challenge that we work on all the time is communication with our partners. And I think this is partly important for us because we rely on partnerships so much. We're defined as a partnership program, and we're built on partnerships. But it's also really important when we're trying to share data with other groups like USGS and EPA and the National Weather Service, even within NOAA, understanding what that group wants from us and what we can offer to them, and making sure that we're all understanding what we're trying to accomplish as a collaborative effort is not easy, and it doesn't come automatically. So we've put a lot of energy and funding and staff time behind trying to encourage good communication. And one of the things we do for that is our NERR Science Collaborative, which uses that word collaborative in a very specific sense, not just a bunch of scientists collaborating together, but scientists and nonprofits and decision-making groups, regulatory agencies or landowners and land managers, resource managers, working together to define the science that needs to be done, refine methodologies, protocols, scientific designs for projects, get the data, and then even work iteratively together to help interpret those data, make sure everybody's on the same page. All the different possible interpretations are talked about and discussed among that group, so that the end result is really a shared and fully endorsed and well-vetted one. And I think that's a precursor to a successful data collection monitoring program. Documentation and metadata is a second challenge that we feel strongly about, and I think we're doing a very good job on right now. This has been a large part of our program, is funding our centralized data management office and some of the work groups within that office that have built up our metadata approach and our flagging approach and QA/QC approaches, so that we have very detailed documentation of the data, not just where and when it was collected, but how it was collected, what happened that might have made the data odd, why this might be an anomaly, why this apparent anomaly, it really isn't, probably, the context for those data in that given year or place. And that kind of documentation isn't always available. It's hard for it to be standardized across programs. Ideally, it would all be similarly compatible, the type of metadata, the way metadata is organized, and there are some formats, a couple of widely used formats for metadata that the federal government has implemented and uses. But even in research programs where there's long-term monitoring data or the LTER sites that have long-term data, a lot of those data sets are established with specific research objectives in mind and a specific type of metadata format that fits that intention. And those aren't always the same. And that's okay, but it's really only okay if the metadata and documentation for each of those efforts is fairly thorough and complete, so that you can dig into it and figure out what's really happening and know that you're comparing apples to apples, so to speak. The third challenge is the centralized data management. And I put centralized in quotes because Dwayne Porter, who's the head of our centralized data management office, was explaining to me once that there was some debate when they established that program, whether it would be the central data management office or the centralized data management office. And I'd never thought of that distinction before. But I guess the word central data management office implies that everybody sends their data to this data management office somewhere, and the people in that office get the data, and then they're in front of their computer screens and their cubicles, and they use whatever objective criteria they have to evaluate the data, sort the data, annotate it, and make it available and archive it. The centralized implies more of a process behind the data management. It's not all happening in a silo in an office somewhere far away. Instead, it's a very iterative process with a lot of involvement from the data collectors, the people on the ground who are doing the data collection, making the field notes, going out on the boats to service the instruments. Those are the people who are actually responding to queries from our data management office, refining the flagging codes, making sure that everything looks right. And that process takes a few years back and forth to really nail down all the authenticated data. But I think that's a real strength of our program and something that we continue trying to improve. The fourth challenge listed here is data attribution. And this is sometimes more important for certain groups than others, depending on funding stability and other factors. But one of the new challenges we have are all the wonderful data portals that we can feed our data through, like Senku's for us in this region. Our local IUS network is a good example. And when you start hosting your data in these different formats on these different portals, we need to be able to report for our own performance metrics, the number of users, the type of users, is this data getting out there? Is it still really seen as useful data? And if we're not aware of people's access of the data or downloads of the data, we can't count those, and we're underestimating its utility and usefulness, or at least its retrieval. And so having a way to make sure that we're aware of when the data is being used and that it's being attributed to our program as having collected it and developed all the metadata, that's an important challenge that we haven't yet solved. I think it's technologically able to be solved, but it just needs work and attention so that all those data distribution channels have a clear record of where the data came from, and make sure that it's the same data, not a preliminary version, and that it has all the metadata attached. They don't get separated, those kinds of things. And the last one I have here is assimilation versus integration. And this is a really interesting one, I think, because there are so many data portals now that claim that they're providing integrated data sets. In the Gulf of Mexico region, for example, I think there's 26 different data portals. And they're oftentimes ingesting and sharing the same data sets, just on different web pages with different groups. And I just want to emphasize that most of those groups aren't actually integrating the data. They're assimilating the data. They're collecting it in packages from the different monitoring programs and making it available as packages that you can click on bubbles at the different locations and select the data you want and download those data. But they're not actually integrating the data, combining them to look at relationships, correlations between different parameters measured by different monitoring groups. And it's that integration step that is, I think, the most interesting and the most powerful. We can't measure everything. We're not measuring anything about birds, for example, but we have a lot of information on water salinity, weather patterns, radiation, plant growth, benthic invertebrates, which some could think of as bird food or fish food. But in order for us to plot up our data with the bird data and incorporate that together, we really have to know the details of how those data are collected, the correct frequencies, the seasonality, whether it's appropriate to compare our vegetation data, which is collected in late summer, with bird data collected in March. It may not be appropriate, even though they're both tagged as being collected in the same year. So distinguishing assimilation versus integration is something we should all kind of keep in the back of our mind. And I think that's accentuated by Dwayne Porter's quote there, that it's really the integrated observing systems or monitoring programs that where the future lies. And I hope that the Delta monitoring enterprise can achieve that.
Thank you very much, Matt. Our next speaker is Robert Hartman. It's very interesting because I'm not sure if you're aware, but one of our other reviews is on water supply reliability that we're just starting to work on. So this is a double value for us.
Is this turned on? Push the white button? Okay, great. Oh, get a clicker. And what button is it? This one?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. All right, so just one point of correction. I'm not the hydrologist in charge of the California Nevada River Forecast Center. I spent 20 years doing that, but I retired almost 2 years ago. I'm a consultant now, but still happy to be here. So I'll, to the best of my ability, represent what goes on with the National Weather Service's hydrologic forecasting program and how that relates to data that you may be interested in. So it's always good to start off with why you do what you do. The mission of the National Weather Service Hydrologic Services Program is principally protection of lives and property. Everybody's aware of flood warnings and such. There's also a secondary mission component related to providing basic hydrometeorological information to support the nation's environment and economic well-being. So the first element is more related to flooding. The second is more related, I think, to water resources and water supply reliability. There are 13 river forecast centers that cover the United States. I'm going to talk about the California and Nevada River Forecast Center that you see circled on the left side of the screen. The customers are quite varied. The actual public warnings are issued by the weather forecast offices, not by the river forecast centers. That information is sent to the local weather forecast offices. For example, there's one here in Sacramento. There's 6 in California. And they issue the public warnings for people to get out of the way, and you've certainly heard about those. In addition to that, the River Forecast Center is interacting with a host of other federal, state, and local agencies, from the Corps of Engineers to Bureau of Reclamation to power companies and water agencies, et cetera, to better manage their programs, and in many cases to help those folks do a better or more informed job of managing the reservoir system, so that we can also make predictions downstream of those projects and get better information. There's principally 2 types of hydrologic forecasts that are issued by the River Forecast Center. These are short-term deterministic 5-day flow or stage forecasts. And then another component of that is a probabilistic forecast that goes out to up to 1 year in advance. In the short term, those can be regulated, affected by dams and diversions. In the long term, they're unregulated, full natural flow that you would traditionally see generated for April, July, spring snowmelt, that sort of thing. But it's done every day of the year and for any period of time that you want. So here you'll see just kind of the deterministic streamflow prediction process that starts off with meteorologists trying to figure out how much it's going to rain and what the temperature is going to be, and then all the support and data associated with a hydrologic forecasting system that results in a hydrograph forecast that you see on the right side that indicates where the river has been in the last 5 days and where it is likely or thought to go in the next 5 days, along with the forcings, the snow melt and rainfall that would go into the modeling system. Those types of products and services are provided at about 300 locations across California, Nevada, and Southern Oregon. They're issued twice a day in the winter, once a day in the summertime. About 100 of those are actually official flood forecast locations where you would see warnings issued. And then when the rivers get high, the River Forecast Center pops into a 24-hour-a-day mode, and those can be issued 4 times a day. So the other aspect that I spoke about is an ensemble stream flow prediction process. This, so instead of getting one notion of what's going to happen in the future, you get a whole bunch of them and a whole bunch of equally likely outcomes, and then you can do some statistical sampling to figure out what the likelihood is that something good or bad may happen to you at your point of interest in the future. It's a lot more complicated, but it does use the same modeling system that is used in the deterministic system. And those are issued daily. There's about 230 locations in California, Nevada, and Southern Oregon those are issued for. And they have integrated within them 14 days of weather forecast. Beyond that, it's climatology. So, you know, whatever is, because there's not much skill out beyond 14 days anyway. So it's all good. So we want to talk about data. So that was just a little bit of context to help you get a feel for how the data that are used in the forecast process are utilized. And the California Nevada River Forecast Center is not a monitoring institution. It is a data begging institution. So it relies very heavily on all the good-natured efforts of other agencies to collect critical information. You can see some of those listed here. California Cooperative Snow Survey Program, state and local resource management agencies. If you look in California, many of the coastal flood control districts operate alert systems, real-time data collection systems. There's thousands of sensors associated with those. Bureau of Reclamation supports lots of data collection, the Corps of Engineers, lots of data collections, other folks as well. So these are all funneled into a local database. And as you can imagine, when you collect data from everybody and his dog, some of the issues that you were talking about with data attribution, it's just like, that just sounds like nirvana to me, because that's not even possible. Because, I mean, it's, you know, it's hard to find out if the station's even in the same place. And so because of just the magnitude of the issue and keeping on track of that, if the data stops reporting, you might, or it gets wacky, you can go wonder what's going on. But it's all of the metadata is really a pretty thin pool of information. At this scale and for this program, it would be wonderful to have that kind of stuff, believe me. But managing the data is a really, really big part of what the River Forecast Center has to do to be able to run the program, because without the data, it's all doesn't matter. So the sort of surface observations that are required include precipitation, air temperature, obviously river gauge, and height. I didn't mention the USGS. Obviously, the USGS collects tons of the streamflow data and is a critical partner to the National Weather Service to get that done. Also, reservoir releases. You got to know what the reservoirs are going to be, operators are going to be doing if you're going to make downstream forecasts that are useful, snow water equivalent. Not many snow water equivalent measurements in the Delta, but the snow water equivalent in the Sierra definitely affects longer-term management in terms of freshwater inflows to the Delta, so that's important to you as well. Wind speed direction, surface pressure, other minor elements. So this plot just shows, I mean, it's kind of hard to see, especially from this distance, but those are all precipitation sites. So there's literally thousands of them that are brought into the River Forecast Center. There's only about 500 or 600 that are quality controlled. You just can't quality control all these things. There's just too many of them. They're like fleas on a dog down in Southern California. They're almost on top of each other. I guess if there were enough rain gauges, you could catch all the rain. But that's not quite the case. Yeah. So, but there are a lot of them, and it's a challenge to get them all in and quality controlled. Precipitation is just about the most difficult parameter to measure and interpret accurately. The spatial distribution, as you can see here, is not consistent. There's a whole bunch of them along the coast, and there's fewer in other places. There's less of them at higher elevation, where it's more difficult to measure precipitation because of mixed phase, and then when the wind blows really hard, it's difficult to get good observations. as well. And so in the interest of time, we'll move ahead. Air temperature observations are a little bit more, or quite a bit more reliable than precipitation. There tends to be a few less of those, thankfully, but you don't need as many because it's not as high a frequency field as the precipitation, but there's still problems with them, and they have to be quality controlled because, you know, you need the air temperature data to be able to figure out if it's raining or snowing, and you also need it to be able to manage the energy budget of the snowpack so that you can forecast properly with that as well. Then there's, you know, river and reservoir height observations. I mentioned the GS has a big role in that. Also, in the state of California, Department of Water Resources supports a fair number of river gauges as well. All of these have to have maintain rating curves, stage discharge relationships. The channels don't necessarily remain consistent all the time, so observations need to be made, physical observations to be able to update those curves periodically. And they report bad stuff, so you got to be able to you know, deal with that. Snow water equivalent is an important parameter in California to be able to monitor the snowpack and to estimate what the spring snowmelt will be, as well as you know, you can get large warm winter storms that pull off some of the snowpack as well, so that has to be done well. There's a combination of manual snow observations that have been maintained since the 30s, and since about the mid-'80s, early '80s, there's been an automated network that's in California and throughout the West. So, and there's issues with it as well. So no data arrives pristine. It always needs a little bit of work. So I thought I would just touch really briefly on some what kind of forecasting goes on in the Delta itself. There are these forecasts have gone on for a very long time. They're principally related to emergency management and navigation. And there's 5 locations where there are turning point forecasts, in other words, highs and lows, at Sacramento, Rio Vista, Mallard Island, Antioch, and Venice Island. And those just go out 2 days into the future. And then there's also, as you can see in that kind of center picture, there are forecasts made to go out a little bit further, but and these particular forecasts and the way that they're generated have no ability to deal with levee breaches. So if there's a breach in the Delta, the forecasts will be suspect. If the breach is somewhere near where you're interested, the forecast. I've advocated over the last, I don't know, half dozen years for the community to come together and have a community delta model that, you know, is probably a 3D flow model that can be used in both a study environment and also in a predictive environment. There's a lot of people that are doing delta modeling. I think if you looked at the total investment in delta modeling, you could pay for that in about an afternoon. And so it's pretty clear to me that we're wasting a lot of money on many people doing delta modeling and not leveraging those to invest into a common delta modeling framework that everybody can use and everybody can improve on. That's my political statement, sorry. So in summary, the monitoring that is necessary for flood and water supply forecast is accomplished as a community activity. There's lots of different organizations that are intentionally or unintentionally contributing to that, and it wouldn't be possible without them. That includes state, local, federal government, and the private sector. We get lots of data from PG&E and Southern California Edison, et cetera. The observations and stream flow forecasts are critical to lots of folks, including folks that are attempting to manage resources in the Delta. One of the things that I don't know if I think I brushed over it is that the California Data Exchange Center that is supported by the Department of Water Resources is really a key element of the infrastructure and being able to pull all of these disparate data sets together and serve them to the broader community. Without CDAC, I think that it would be a lot harder job for most of the people that are attempting to deal with water resources in the state. So that's a really important function that needs to be supported in the future, I think. And you know, data collection isn't always a real exciting thing, and people tend to like to knock it out of the budget here and there. It's important, I think, for everyone to make sure that we're making statements that support the agencies that collect the data, because if the data collection stops, we got a problem. And there needs to be long-term consistent support of that, because the value of the data, it really comes from understanding its climatology. So if you just have a couple of random observations here or there that go for a year or 2 years or 5 years, they're not as valuable as locations that have been collected for 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 years, where you can really understand what's going on and how recent trends relate to the long-term climatology. That's all I have to say about that. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, very interesting presentation. Mary Kentula from USEPA.
Hi, it's a pleasure to be here this afternoon and have this opportunity to share with you some information about USEPA's National Wetland Condition Assessment. And I'm the technical lead for the National Wetland the National Wetland Condition Assessment, and I lead a team of scientists that developed the field operations manual, wrote the technical report that documented all of the rationale and the approaches we used in the data analysis, and also my team helped Office Water write the final report that went to Congress and the public. And we also do a lot of work and outreach to the states and tribes as they want to use the tools that we've developed in their own wetland monitoring and assessment. My team is also part of a much larger team of scientists at the laboratory in Corvallis, and those people primarily work on the lake survey and the rivers and streams survey. So we get a big chunk of at least the inland. We do all the inland assessments, the technical part of them for the national assessments in EPA. So that's the team I come from. So along that line, the NWCA is part of a much larger group, and that is the National Aquatic Resource Surveys, which are implemented out of the Office of Water. And every 5 years, the US EPA completes a survey of the physical, chemical, and biological aspects of the aquatic systems in the United States, as instructed in the Clean Water Act, that we do all three. And again, we do it in cooperation with the states and tribes and other partners. The portion of the wetland resource that we report on is described here in the definition of our target population, which are all wetlands in the conterminous United States not currently in crop production. We do both tidal and non-tidal systems. Our wetlands have to have rooted vegetation, and when present, shallow water has to be less than a meter in depth. There are two aspects of all the work that we do in these surveys that I thought were important to point out and talk a bit about to you, because I feel they're really fundamental to the success of a monitoring and assessment program, and particularly at the scales at which I work, which are national and regional. And first of all is having a survey design that produces a representative sample of the resource you're interested in. And secondly, that you have tested standard sampling protocols and indicators that, again, have been developed for use at these particular scales. So the type of survey design that we use in all the NERR surveys are the spatially balanced, a spatially balanced probability design. And if you look in the first circle, I talk about the sample frame, which is basically the digital map that we use to draw the sample from. And in our case, we connect with Fish and Wildlife Service, and we use their status and trend plots combined with their national inventory maps as our sample frame. And what that does is it combines Fish and Wildlife's work in looking at status and trends in wetlands area with our reporting in status and trends in wetland ecological condition. And then in the center circle, I talk about really the keystone of a probability design, and that's the weights that are assigned to each site according to the number of acres in the target population that particular site represents. And so that forms a really tight relationship between our design and our target population, and allows extrapolation of our data then to the entire target population. So how does this differ from other sorts of designs? A probability design, again through the weights, generates results on the target population. And we report, for instance, in terms of the proportion of the wetland area has X, Y, and Z characteristics, where other survey designs generate results that are aggregations of data taken in individual sites. And they typically report on things like means and medians. So the results are very different in how what you can do with them changes. Where one thing the probability design for us is, again, go straight to talking about the resource, because everything's tied again to those weights. Whoops. Oh.
This works pretty well.
Then I lose my pointer. All right, and here's what it looks like on the ground. On the right, you see the 967 sites that were sampled in 2011. And on the right, you see the 900 base sites that were the first sites from the draw that were considered evaluated for sampling. And it'll give you a pretty good idea of what the final sites will be like when finally I have a map of them. It really isn't going to work. Okay. The second part that I wanted to emphasize is the idea of what do you do in the ground. And in the case of wetlands, we sample a fixed area at the location from the design using a nationally tested approach. And so in other words, we don't sample wetlands or whatever the ecological unit a wetland is in your particular case. We go out, we go to the location from the design, and we sample a fixed area, a half hectare. So in the first circle, I talk about the fact that this all relies on the assumption that ecological conditions varies over space. So for instance, if you have a big wetland like the Everglades, we can have multiple samples in that wetland, and we expect, and would be surprised if we didn't, get different results depending where we were at, because in a space that large, different things happen on the ground. And since we want to really characterize what's going on in the resource, we feel that's the best way to get at it, is to see what's happening in as many places as possible. On the next step with it is the central circle, where I talk about a rule-based system for sampling, for setting up an assessment area. And what that does in having rules is it means that when you go out and set up an area to sample, it's done consistently. At any summer, when one of the NERR's assessments are out in the field, we have 50 to 60 crews out working. Can you imagine 50 to 60 crews making judgment calls on every site when we're sampling, usually in the neighborhood of 1,100 sites a year? So we have to use rules to minimize this decision-making that's going on, so we have consistency in both where we sample and, as in the last circle, with what we sample. So we have standard tested protocols. We train our folks in how you use them. And again, we really worked hard with those protocols to make it so we minimize the decisions that are made on the fly. And again, that leads to reproducible data across the conterminous USS and by region. And this is what it looks like in the field. So on the left in the center, you have the location of the sample from the design. We center a half-hectare plot on that design, and then go out another 100 meters and define a buffer area that we use to characterize what's going on in the immediate vicinity of our assessment area. We also have rules that if this doesn't quite fit in the wetland that they're sampling, then they have rules for how they can adjust this standard layout, but always focusing on trying to get about a half hectare of territory. All the sampling is done in a single day by a crew of 4 people, and they sample vegetation, soils, hydrology, water chemistry, and human-related activities that can influence ecological condition. And Joe, here's the answer to the question that the EPA administrator couldn't answer Congress when it was asked a number of years ago, at least for wetlands, but we also have it for the other aquatic resources. And in the top set of bars, you can see that a little over 48% of the wetlands in the conterminous U.S. That are part of our target population are in good condition. And then looking down on the 4 panels following that, you can see how that pattern changes by region, and you can see that the condition of the wetlands goes down as you move west. And if you're wondering what causes that to happen and what's influencing the wetlands that are in fair, and particularly the poor categories, basically the big 3 in the conterminous U.S. were, first of all, vegetation removal, which are things like logging and mowing of vegetation, hardening of the substrate, which can be straight out paving, but can be things like soil compaction due to animals, vehicles, pathways through the wetland, that type of thing, and ditching. And number 4, in case you're curious, is damming. And we also report out on the extent of wetland area impacted by non-native species. We do not report it as part of these results because we use a relative and attributable risk approach to connect condition to the stressors and to help us weed out which might be the most important stressors, both to manage that were causing damage and that to manage. And since we use vegetation data for condition, we can't use, because of circular reasoning, our information on non-native plants on the other side. But we do report out on them. So, okay, too many of these. All right, I think I confused it thoroughly.
Might have.
All right, now it's got its brain back. All right, but I keep on pushing the wrong one. There it is, last slide. So here's where you can get some additional information on the NWCA. And first of all, if the Delta Stewardship Council is interested in participating in the NWCA, next year Office of Water will be accepting proposals for what we call intensifications, where you can actually work and collect data for your own interest and do it within the framework of the national assessment that's going on at the time. And for us, the next time we'll be in the field is 2021, and I can tell you more about it if you're interested when we have a chance. And then we have a special issue of the journal Environmental Monitoring and Assessment that I hope will be out online in the fall, that lays out the technical basis for what we did and also does some additional analyses that we weren't able to do for the reporting, weren't part of the original reporting. There was also a paper published in Nature Communications by, I think it was last January, by NAHLIK, N-A-H-L-I-K, and Fennessy on carbon sequestration in wetlands in the United States using the NWCA data. And there are also a number of other papers that have been published using the data already. Lastly, for 2011, you can find the final and technical reports, all of our manuals, and the data sets at the website listed if you're interested. So that's a quick overview of what we do with the NWCA. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Mary. Thank you, really, all the panelists for their contributions. Based on the different presentations. Is there anybody from on the panel would like to add something to their presentation that they thought was appropriate to bring up, or any kind of integration that you see? Okay, well, maybe that comes. So what we'll do is we'll open to the board for questions first, and then we'll open it to the general public.
I have a question for Mary.
Hi, Joy.
Hi. Can you back up and just state what the big question is that's being asked of the wetlands and what the answer is?
You're going to have to tell me a little bit more. I'm not certain what you mean by the big question.
Oh, it's what is the, quote, condition of the wetlands, right? And then over time you'll have change?
Yes. And so what the condition of the wetlands are in the conterminous United States is that, as I said, 48.3% of the area of our target population is in good condition. So it's a little less than half of the acreage. And we don't know yet what it is in 2016, so we'll have some idea if we're starting to see any trends. I do know, for instance, between the first and second time we were out in rivers and streams, that in their second report, that they found that there are increases in phosphorus, as a matter of fact, in areas that they wouldn't have expected in some of the reference sites. And it looks like it has to do with deposition of particles, but it's a really difficult thing to track down. And people are working on to figure out exactly why we're seeing these spikes in phosphorus. So I expect we may see some changes, even in 5 years between when we were out in 2011 and 2016, but don't know yet. We don't quite have all our data, our laboratory data in, and we're doing data QA right now.
And at what scale can you generalize, or will you be generalizing to characterize changes? Will it be 6 regions in the country or 100 regions?
It will be 5 regions. So we did 4 in 2011 and 5 regions in 2016. And we just didn't have enough sites to report out on 2 regions. Well, actually, if I can go back with, can I get my presentation? Hold on a second, wait. Yeah, I want the little maps. But when we see that, you can see the difference is that basically it came down that the first time in 2011, the only digital representation we had of the wetland resource were the status and trends plots from Fish and Wildlife. But you can see on these maps, you notice where all our sites are. They're here along the eastern seaboard. And that is because of how Fish and Wildlife Service set up their status and trends sampling. They put the most plots in the areas of the country where we had the highest wetland area. So you see as you go west through the inland plain ecoregion and the western ecoregion, there's a lot of empty space there. And so we were really uncomfortable because the west is really everything from the Rocky Mountains to the Pacific. And we really felt we needed more sites there. So luckily, between the 2011 survey and 2016, Fish and Wildlife digitized, stitched together all their NWI maps, and now we had wall-to-wall coverage digitally. So we combined the two, and you can see that there's 2 big differences between the right and left screen, is that we have better distribution of the points across the United States, and we now have 2 ecoregions in the west to report out on. And we're pretty confident at this point that we'll have enough sites to be able to do that reporting. The characteristics of the probability design that we use, you have to have a minimum of 50 sites, and also we've known this from our experience in working with this, both when it was a research project and when we moved into the national assessments, that you need at least 50 sites with this design to be able to report out on what we call a reporting unit, which would be one, in this case, we have 5 ecoregions. We'd have to have 5 times 50 sites in order to do it for each of those. And So we're pretty sure we've made it with that. So for this time, we'll report out on 5 ecoregions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Liz?
So this is also a question directed to Mary. It's about the role of wetlands in carbon sequestration. And I was wondering how that falls into your assessment of wetland habitats, or if that's something that you're assessing.
Well, what it really was a way to demonstrate how you could use the data from our assessment, kind of along some of the themes that Matt talked about of integrating and looking across the data sets.
Could you speak a little closer to the mic?
Sure. All righty. So what Amanda and Siobhan did is looked at our soil samples and how we took them and figured out a way to look at carbon with depth, because we dug pits that were 60 centimeters deep for chemistry, for doing profiles, and then we did 120 centimeters deep for chemistry. And so they looked at that data. And one of the interesting things they found, like I said, it's a paper in Nature Communications, was that there really was a lot, a matter of fact, more than was in the coastal wetlands, in our inland wetlands. And basically that's because we have so many of them, a lot of area covered. And of course, the ones that are sequestering the highest amounts are our peatlands, and in areas like northern Minnesota. Mm-hmm. So, but the nice thing about it is because of the design, rather than like other people who've tried estimating this, like Bridgham and Johnson, and I forget who else was on a paper that estimated for North America, we actually had a probabilistic survey design that we could pull from that gave us a representative sample of what's out there. So that's how they got to it.
Thank you. Jay?
This is such a diverse panel. At first I thought, oh, gosh, how are we going to make any sense out of this? All these different panels. But actually it's really very good, because we have aspects of all of what you're talking about involved in our review, which really frightens me when it comes to thinking about how this review is going to be written up. But your presentations were all excellent, and it made me think about what are some of the sort of cross-cutting and fundamental aspects of monitoring writ large and writ diversely. And for each of your programs, you have to have a purpose. For some of your purposes, they're very, very well stated. You know, the River Forecast Center is to keep people from dying in floods, you know, among other things. But, and so people are very focused, and there's a lot of investment in your unit and all the data gathering, and if somebody doesn't do very well along the lines, that there's potential for embarrassment, and somehow it's kept it together and become very useful. You've all talked about the need for quality control. You know, so you have to have some purposes that are pretty well defined, and then look at what's motivating all of this activity, and in some cases that gives you some performance measures. Have people been dying in floods? Have the flood evacuation systems, warning systems been working? Things like that. Are people being poisoned by various water quality things? Are the birds dying? Are we not seeing birds that we're expecting to see? Things like that. There's common issues with quality control across all of these. You know, how do you maintain the quality control particularly for some of these issues where there's some interpretation involved? One of the things I find really useful and important, I think, is we can't collect enough monitoring data. Robert talked about having precipitation gauges so dense that we can directly estimate all the water that falls on a watershed. We can't hope to do that, right? And we certainly can't hope to do that for all the biological and chemical and physical kinds of things. So to what degree do we have a sampling density and sampling heterogeneity and things like that? To augment that, there are issues of modeling. So in the River Forecast Center, and maybe you can tell us a little bit more about this, Rob, to what degree you use the hydraulic modeling and the hydrologic modeling to sort of extend the monitoring network and extend not only the monitoring network, but the precipitation forecast network, satellite network monitoring, essentially, in making use of that work. I was thinking in some of Mary's talks and some of the other talks, Matt's as well, where we have a lot of remote sensing information that conceivably could help you with coverage of a lot of biological activity if you focused your traditional monitoring on the ground truthing of some of the remote sensing work. So it's been a wonderful panel for presentations because it's caused me to think really a little more fundamentally about the breadth of things we're going to do and we're going to have to examine, and the commonalities and potentially, I think, in some of these areas, the potential for synergies across some of these. And then the potential to use computer models to leverage the monitoring data, that expensive part of the system, and get some more insights for more flexible purposes. So that was, I'm not, that wasn't a question, but
yeah, thank
it
you.
was a digest of some sort.
Tom?
I think I have the question for Jay's comment.
Okay.
Because I was thinking along similar lines. Each of you, as Jay pointed out, clearly has a mission, and that's why you're doing it. But if I were a member of the public and step back a little ways, it would seem like, well, we're all dealing with water in some form or another, and it would seem like there would be opportunities for, I won't call it collaboration, but maybe more coordination. Now, you're certainly aware of what the other parties are doing. Is it even reasonable to even think that we could coordinate the data better? Because you're using it for such specific purposes, and as Jay was pointing out, each one fulfills some vital mission. I'd be interested in whether you think it's just not happening for whatever reason, or whether it's just not practical to do that.
Sweet comment.
From my perspective, there's a lot of coordination. Is it complete? No. I mean, there's still lots of folks that are collecting information and not sharing it, or because they don't need to, or for whatever reason. I think it's something that you promote and encourage, but it'd be difficult to mandate, just because the programs are quite different. And in a lot of cases, you find that you have to collaborate just as a means for any level of success. Because in the case of the program that I led, we weren't even really collecting any data, but we were dependent upon observations from thousands of sites across the area, constantly around the clock. And so you build relationships with other agencies that you're dependent upon for that data, and move ahead. So I think structures and framework that help people work together are needed. I mentioned the California Data Exchange Center as being kind of a catalytic entity that facilitates that in large measure, but it's I don't know that you can mandate that sort of thing, but to be successful, I think individual groups need to be engaged in that. And it's nice if there's there's a great feedback mechanism, because you get more information about that data, you can do a better job. So I think that it's naturally occurring, but if you can think of ways to encourage it, I'm sure that would be helpful too.
Yes, Steve.
I want to respond to a couple of the comments that had really gotten me thinking. If there is one question that the monitoring that we're doing can help answer, it's is your management and restoration working? In reading through the long-term management plan, there's a lot of talk about viable populations or self-sustaining populations or suitable habitat. We can help put some rigor to the answers to those questions. What is suitable habitat? And sort of morphing into the question that you asked, and a lot of that has to do with the intersection between the biological and the physical parameters that we're looking at, especially wetlands, especially water regimes. And the third thread, of course, is one of the overarching questions that we've been asked to think about is, what are the sort of emerging topics for monitoring? And of course, the big one, from I think all our perspectives, is drought and climate change, and how are those related, and how are those going to affect the physical parameters, and how are the physical parameters going to impact the biological parameters? And sort of in this age where it seems like a lot of monitoring is sort of viewed as a four-letter word, I really appreciate the emphasis that you folks are putting on it, and the need for continued long-term biological monitoring to answer those questions. And one more thing I'd like to say is, we recently published a study on we had a series of map stations in the Four Corners area, in the Four Corners region. And aside from, it's hard to sort of draw inferences at a continental scale, but if we look at a regional scale, it's often that we have 10 or 15 or 20 map stations together, and we just published a neat study on what are the projections with coming climate change and changes in weather patterns. What is going to happen to bird populations over a relatively small area? It might be something similar to the Delta if we get enough stations going. Anyway, thank you. That was for those comments.
Yeah, I would just like to add that, well, we do have the IEP in the Delta Interagency Ecological Program, and I mean, many of these agencies come to the table every month, talk about coordinating our programs and all that. So I think that's a great model for other areas of the state and other parts of the country as well.
Does NACWA participate in IEP?
Well, USGS does, not NACWA in itself, but yeah, we have big presence with the IEP, so we do a lot of biological monitoring, and USBR is associated with it as well. So the Department of Interior in general is very heavily involved.
Joe, again, appropriate because we're doing an IEP review as well.
Yeah.
So thank you for your comment.
Go ahead.
I'll just add, following on your question there, from the NERS perspective, especially in other parts of the country, it seems to me that the likelihood of successful coordination among different agency monitoring programs and groups scales with the size of the area that you're trying to coordinate over. And the smaller the area, like Apalachicola Estuary, there's very close coordination between EPA and the NERS and some other water monitoring groups there to collect complementary data and complementary locations and pool their data and even resources. Chesapeake Bay is a great example of well-coordinated multi-agency monitoring programs. I unfortunately don't know all the details of how that's all set up, but that's been heralded as one of the best examples in the country, I think, of where it's been successful. It's probably not successful or not possible to be successful everywhere, and it seems to me, I'm relatively new to California, only been here about 14 years or so, but there's a long history of science research monitoring, natural resource management, decision-making in California that once these groups are well established and have been around for decades, trying to shift and mold becomes harder on the grand scale at least. But yeah, I think that's a pretty valid concern.
And it hopes to have the whole watershed in one state. So with Chesapeake Bay, you had how many states that had to get together and scratch their heads on how are we going to coordinate this?
Yeah, no, that's true.
And I would add that even at the large scale, where you have the most successful cooperation in my experience is where you have commonalities in your mission. So for the NWCA, we have very close coordination with Department of Agriculture, and particularly the NRCS. All of our soil samples go to their lab in Lincoln, Nebraska, and they're processed there. So basically it's done in a very uniform way for all those soil samples taken all over the U.S. And the other piece of the USDAS we work with is the plants database people, because one of the big challenges we have in plants is our primary biological indicator is establishing a uniform taxonomy across the United States. So we have to look at the names that all the crews give plants and look at the floras that they used, to get those names and get them so that they all have the same name no matter where the sampling was from. And the same thing happens to designation for an exotic plant, an alien species, whether it's cryptogenic, those kinds of things. And by coordinating with plants and the efforts they do in those similar things, then it gives a way that we help each other out in making each other's product better.
Any other comments from the board? Steve?
Yeah, this is more or less following up from Jay's comments, and it's, I can understand from a federal perspective for large regional, it's very easily and almost mandatory to do a lot of coordination and integration. And that's what I've heard across here is you need to have standard sampling protocols, sampling processes, trained people that have worked the same way, different ways of process, or the same way to identify where you're going to sample. That all makes a lot of sense. But it also then doesn't give you enough flexibility, and you shouldn't probably even want to do that to, let's say, look at what's going on in the Delta and do anything different in the Delta than you're doing somewhere else, because it's already, because then the Great Lakes might be doing it a different way and Chesapeake another way and stuff like that. So, and one of the questions we're looking at in terms of the Delta and monitoring enterprise is, of course, the whole question of integration and collaboration and so forth. And I can see if a Delta monitoring program is, or in fact an analysis is being done, that they should certainly be aware of any kind of federal or larger scale programs that are being done in the Delta and make sure they look at that data, use that data, or maybe conform to national standards. So I don't have much of a question, but maybe it's how do you deal with the coordination with these other kinds of state kind of efforts? How do you deal with the Chesapeake Bay Monitoring Program, which is an EPA-led and funded monitoring program, funded to 2 states and so forth, or something like Delta monitoring programs? Do you have any of those kind of responsibilities in terms of scaling down?
Oh, yes. And that's where the intensifications come in. So, for instance, so the constraint... okay. So where the intensifications come in is that's where we can make the connections with lower down. And actually everything we're doing is to develop capabilities in the states and tribes in particular to do their own monitoring. So right now they've had 2 cycles, and states have the option of opting out if they're not interested in getting the training or cooperating. But we've had at least around the neighborhood of 40 states, 40 to 45 who participate. And so that's one way is that they learn our techniques. But when they ask to have a grant for an intensification, that's where they ask for money from Office of Water to have extra sites for them to add to the national sample for some purpose that they're interested in. So I'll tell you an interesting story from the Pacific Northwest, a project that I'm working on. So my team was invited to present an invited symposium for the Pacific North chapter of the Society of Wetland Scientists at their meeting a couple years ago. And we were at the stage where we had just finished the analysis for 2011. And they had gotten a look at it when we presented it to all the states and tribes that worked on the national assessments. And they were real concerned about the results in the West, because if you had got a chance to look at it, the result in the West is totally different than for the others, because the biggest bar is in poor condition. I think it's something like 72% of the area in the West is in poor condition. And they wanted to understand that. And so they came back with a proposal to Office of Water for an intensification so that they could sample enough sites in Washington, Oregon, and Idaho to be able to report out on their wet and dry regions, because that's where they felt there'd be the biggest differences. And also 12 tribes participated in putting in that proposal. We're at the stage now where they came out of the field and they said, okay, been there, done that. Now what we want to do is we want to learn how to analyze the data. They want to see what my team does. And we're at the stage now, my team, is that we have tools developed where we can start teaching them how to use it. So we put in a proposal. I worked with a colleague of mine who works with the states and tribes, and we put in a proposal. And what's happened now is, for the past 6 months, we've been giving a series of webinars to all the states and tribes in the regions, in the conterminous U.S., that to brief them on all the components of our analyses. And then in the week in October 1, we're going to have representatives from Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Alaska, because they did the North Slope in 2011, and the Quinault and the, what's the second tribe? Umatilla tribe are going to come down to Corvallis, and they're going to have hands-on experience learning how to do the data analysis. So this way, when they can use our tools to go out and do their own collecting. They don't have to wait till we do an assessment every 5 years. And some of the states like Wisconsin, Minnesota, Ohio have very strong programs, and they do that. But the whole thing that we're working on is how do we take what we're doing this national way and move it down to the state and local level. And that was an example of a project that we've done to help promote that. So if that helps you,
Yes.
know. And then, so what, if you'd be interested in intensification for the Delta, you'd have to think about, okay, what kind of problem could you answer, or what kind of information that would be useful to you that you could get from such an experience. And by the way, there's already data on the on sites in the Sacramento and the San Joaquin watershed in the 2011 and the 2016 databases. So there were sites sampled during both of those assessments by the California team.
Yeah, this is sort of a question or a comment addressed to whoever wants to bite on it. A lot of times a monitoring program is structured with reference to particular needs, particular questions, hypotheses that come along, and it's tuned to those kinds of purposes, which is good because it's a tailor fit, but it's bad in the sense that then the data are constrained by the questions that are being asked. And I think this becomes particularly important in two respects. One is how can you tailor a data collection system and the data themselves to address future questions that you haven't even thought of. And we're dealing with those a lot now in terms of new questions that have come along related to climate change, related to a variety of other changing conditions that are outside the framework of what we've previously experienced. And we want to be able to use long-term data sets to address the potential consequences of those kinds of changes. But the long-term data sets may have been designed and gathered with reference to different kinds of questions. And so I think part of the question is how do you make that transition? How do you, is the data collection the very basis of the monitoring program, something that constrains future options in terms of dealing with it and using it? And that relates also to the parallel question of if you start these things, you know, some of them were started 25, 50 plus years ago using state-of-the-art methodology at that time. That's no longer state-of-the-art, that's a forgotten art. And new methods of data collection come along. How do you design a monitoring program that can absorb the new methodologies without creating incompatibilities in the data set? Or do you stick with the old methods even though you can no longer, in my case, get the results published because they're not state-of-the-art methodologies anymore?
I can address a little bit of that. The NERS has debated a lot, especially your first point about the intention behind the monitoring program and how objective I guess. Is that too loud? Okay. Whether or not you have a hypothesis in mind that you're testing or a specific question you're trying to address with your monitoring program, which is often the case and for good reasons. But from the NERR's perspective, we've had a lot of internal debate about that because our program was not set up that way other than the general, very general question of trying to understand short-term variability and long-term trends in environmental drivers. That was our primary motivation for setting up our monitoring program. And so I feel like whether or not you have a research question-driven monitoring program or a more general, let's monitor things to see how they change kind of monitoring program, you can extract general information and specific information from each of those, and you may need to supplement or augment over time as new factors come into play. Like in our case, sea level rise was acknowledged back in the mid-90s, but not a focus of our program. And since then, it's become a strong focus, even I'd say a dominant focus. And the way we've incorporated that is not to change what we started monitoring in terms of what and how often, but to add new components that give us additional insight into the drivers and responses of marshes. And then I forget what the second part of your question was, but I had a thought about that too. Oh, yeah, so what we've focused on is the parameters and the resolution of those parameters. In our case, mostly water quality and water chemistry parameters. So in early days, a lot of the bench chemistry was done in each reserves lab, or the sensors that were used were the earliest versions of automated data loggers. And as new sensors come available and new technologies for collecting those parameters, we try to maintain the same parameter types and the same basic frequencies of monitoring, but then as a group come to some consensus about now it's time and we're capable and we have the money to upgrade. And then we try to pull everybody up to the next level. And once everybody's up to the next level, we start getting ready for another shift in improving technology. But those old methods and the data collected from those should still be compatible, is at least the intention.
Yeah, and I could echo the same thought with that. So we've developed a lot of new methods over the years, to better do stream flow measurements and wet chemistry. But then we come in, there's a lot of challenges now. We've got these sensors that are collecting data every 15 minutes, and you can get into our database and look at a daily record for nitrate, for example, going back 20 years. But then all of a sudden now we're collecting this data every 15 minutes, and how do we make that accessible to people? And then the models are showing us that we got some clues as to what's going on in upper parts of the watershed, but the monitoring throughout watersheds is really limited. So headwater monitoring is not as well developed as we would like. So with the NAQUA program, we want to be able to do our measurements at our water quality measurements at gauging stations, and usually those are located in areas where water is litigated, so downstream areas, downstream of reservoirs. Are we going to make the water go this way or that way? But we have to figure out the water quality and the effect on biological systems that might be affected by areas that are 100 miles away, and we don't necessarily have the wherewithal or the gauging stations in these remote areas to do those assessments right now. We do have a pilot program in the Chesapeake Bay area. It's called an Integrated Watershed Assessment, and they're working on a product that they're calling 100 years of water quality in the Chesapeake Bay. So they're going back 50 years to synthesize all the data, model it, and then try to use that to project what's going to happen 50 years in the future. So as the population expands from however millions it is now to however billion it'll be 50 years from now, how the landscape's going to change, what effect is that going to have on the Chesapeake Bay with respect to its biological integrity and its water quality.
In the case of the NARS assessments, how we provide for the situation that you That's what the problem is. I need to sit back. So in the NARS, we provide for the situation you described, John, where techniques become obsolete, and then you have new questions, new things that you have to examine. And so what we have is our core indicators, and they're the ones that we feel will stand this test of time. We know that maybe they won't, and we'll have to change our mind. But right now, they're the ones that we want our basic answers on what is the condition of our aquatic resources answered using. But then at the same time, we always have a number of indicators that we're testing. So one of the things we're looking at is the use of the stable isotope of nitrogen to see if it will help us check on denitrification in wetlands. And there's also work being done in cooperation with USGS across all the NARS surveys except coastal, so all the inland surveys on microcystin. We started out with our water chemistry being a test indicator, and it worked so well in the first assessment that it's now become a core indicator for 2016. So that's how we do that. We always have a few things that we are testing and seeing, that are anticipating the future or a better way to do something that we thought was core. And so that's built in to how we operate.
I cut you off, sorry, Tracy. So when everyone thinks about monitoring, mostly the focus is on data collection, but you've all highlighted how important data management issues are and synthesis and analysis are. Can you just talk about how much relative effort goes into those different components? Because it seems like most of the focus is always on the first part, but there's definitely a need and an opportunity to improve the data management issues and the synthesis so that the data that you're collecting actually is used and available.
No, Matt has a lot to say about it, and it's huge. We're out of the field for 2016, and we're not done, with all the data management and the quality assurance. It takes a long time to we're really sure we have a clean data set and we can start analysis. So it's a really big effort, and actually larger right now. We're hoping we can get it whittled down in time than the field effort, to give you some idea about relative efforts. We do have a team, like Matt talked about, that is in charge of the data management and the metadata, and also tracking any changes that we make, due to the QA. But it's there's a team, just a full-time team. That's all they do is manage.
Among those different areas, very roughly.
I don't know that I'm the one to ask, because Office of Water deals with the money. Just in level of effort, well, most of it goes to the states and tribes. We get $10 million a year to run everything that has to be done with NARS, and the most of that every year goes to the states and tribes for their teams that are going out and doing the sampling, and also to pay for all the processing of samples that, like the soil samples and vegetation samples from wetlands and the water chemistry. So that's at least half, probably more, and then the biggest chunk of what's left goes into the data management, I'd say. Well, funny, it comes for free, because it's not out of that $10 million, because my salary isn't part of that $10 million. It comes out of a different pocket. So I can't really tell you what that does as far as how it adds up with all the people from research and development that are doing the analysis. So I don't have a good number for you.
Tracy? Yeah, I don't have a hard number, but it wouldn't surprise me to see like maybe 25 or 30% of the overall budgets are being spent on, on the quality assurance part. Our gauging stations, for example, we collect these data on, these 15-minute timescales, and then we have to produce our annual records, and the staff are working, probably like about 3 months straight, working up these records. So that's probably like a rough 25% of their salary is probably, cleaning it up. So when you get a USGS record at the end of the year for stream flow, it's been, QA'd to death, and, it's the best that you can possibly get.
In terms of the MAPS program, most of the data are collected by volunteers and people outside our agency, and we've automated a lot. We do have a very rigorous data QC and verification process. We've automated some of that with a computer program that we wrote called MAPS-Prog, and the individual collectors will enter it electronically, and it runs through a series of routines, and then it comes to us. So it's already been, half to 2/3 verified before we get it, and then we have two staff that work, one staff full-time and another staff largely part-time in data verification, and then we have several biologists that are working on the data interpretation.
This is a real compliment to the panel in that we're all fighting to get attention to ask you questions.
So that's my cue. Okay. So since I've been so ignored, I'm going to ask two questions. The first one's for Steve. It's a pretty straightforward one. As I was listening to your presentation, which I enjoyed an awful lot, as I enjoyed all of them, I was curious, how does your effort, which is a national assessment of bird populations, how does that tie into the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and what their role is? And I'm really curious about that. But don't answer it yet, because the second question is a broader one for the panel, which is I spent most of my career with NOAA Fisheries. I had interactions with national monitoring programs between agencies, including the EPA on the EMAP and the REMAP, the Environmental Monitoring and Assessment Programs, with USGS on NAQUA. And my experience was, as we've said here, the greater your geographic scope, the greater your mandate on a national level, the harder it is to have that any sense of real collaboration or cooperation. And NERRs, even though it's all within NOAA, we hardly ever tried, actually. So we know that's the case. And my experience was that it wasn't, by the time we heard about EMAP or NAQUA, the train had already well left the station. So what we're trying to do here in the Delta is really help the region to do a better job of that collaboration at this Delta scale and even the state scale. And obviously it's somewhat easier. So I'm curious, I've been out of the federal system now for 8 years, and Robert, I could hear your sense of freedom in speaking as an ex-Fed, which I enjoy myself a lot. I'm just curious, from your perspectives, both the national bird level and the federal agency level, do you see, I doubt there's been any progress in trying to have that better collaboration early on in these programs between federal agencies, much less the line offices within NOAA. I don't think there's much happening right now with what's going on with CEQ. But my question is, has there been at the agency levels, has there been discussion of when the climate is right, will there be an effort to sort of, as we have these national programs, try to have better coordination much earlier in the planning? If so, that could be potentially instructive for us here, because it's a very difficult problem, always. But if smart people are working on it, we'd be interested to hear their thoughts. So first, Steve, on the Fish and Wildlife Service, then I'd be thoughts on this national coordination.
Yeah, sure. All the federal agencies are big supporters of the program, generally not through direct funding, but from supporting the MAP stations themselves. I think we have about, there have been, over the course of the program, there have been over 100 MAP stations on Fish and Wildlife, on refuge and other Fish and Wildlife Service lands, a ton, 200 on National Park Service lands. But yeah, the Fish and Wildlife Service is a big supporter of the program.
I'm going to be pessimistic because, I mean, if you look at significant federal programs and the budgetary process and the way that those projects are germinated and moved through OMB, it's not open, it's not collaborative. Every agency is kind of out for their own, to kind of put their stake in the ground and start something, and the process doesn't encourage collaboration at that point. So I think that's a fundamental problem, is that if you really want to get in on the ground floor, you can't do it, because if you try to do that, then everybody's going to come out of the woodwork and your project's going to get squashed. It's not going to go anywhere because there's bound to be somebody opposed to everything. And so I'm not hopeful that you can really do that. It's a wonderful thing to aspire to, but practically, I'm not sure that that's...
Yeah, again, I was just curious whether or
Yeah.
not any discussion is going on at the agency levels, because we all recognize that, but perhaps it's not happening. I mean...
Yeah, I mean, there are efforts among agencies to work together better. You know, there's a kind of a, I don't know, floundering, but I mean, the Integrated Water Resources Science and Services is a cooperation between NOAA and the USGS and the Corps of Engineers and Bureau of Reclamation, who else? There's 24 federal water management agencies, and so getting everybody to play in the same sandbox is difficult. But there are some efforts to try and improve that. It's been a lot of effort between NOAA and the USGS to align programs so that monitoring can support the mission of the Weather Service, et cetera, and that effort is recognized, and that program, the observation program, is well supported and focused. And so, I mean, there are some things going on, but yeah, but it's kind of after the fact. I think new initiatives just don't spawn well in an open environment because of our budgetary process. And so I think that's kind of the harsh reality.
So would OMB or would OMB have some kind of a role in that?
They could, yeah. I mean, if the process for how new initiatives are funded and budgeted and approved were changed, then
maybe.
That's harder than managing the delta, though, I think.
Well, that's true. Yeah. So I have a couple other questions. I do a lot of modeling stuff, so of course I have an interest in that. And I've seen, particularly in the River Forecast Center, you guys use a lot of models to sort of bring things together. To what degree, for all of these different areas, do you see computer modeling in helping you leverage field data to extend to areas where you're not able to collect data? To what extent do you see computer modeling as helpful in helping you decide how to tweak or improve or expand or contract, in some cases, your field monitoring program? And to what degree do you use computer modeling to help tailor the information, the monitoring data you collect, to report information of use for different purposes? So I'll just let you start.
Okay, thanks. Everything's automated. I mean, all the data collection is automated. I mean, the percentage of manual data that's used in the forecast process is, you can count it on one hand. I mean, it's everything, and you really don't even trust manual observations anymore, right? Because you don't know who took them, or what their characteristics were. So all the data are automated. All the processing is automated, but it's supervised. Right? So there's lots of programs and systems and models that are in place to be able to assess whether information is good or suspect, and how suspect, and then what might you need to do to it to correct it so that it's useful. I mean, if you think about whether a stream gauge observation is reasonable or not, one of the best ways of assessing that is to have a model. So does the model match the observation? Does the observation, which is right? I mean, because both of them can go astray for a variety of reasons. So there's oversight, I believe, needed in the form of a human being to be able to assimilate the data and to understand it. But you need obviously computer models to be able to spatially distribute things, to temporally shift things, to apply them in different ways, to generate information that's compatible with whatever process simulation model that you're happening to run, because the data are never arrive in the form that you need them.
The modeling really gives you continuous hypothesis testing every day in an ideal setting. How about for others? Certainly water quality, I guess.
Yeah, it's I mentioned the Sparrow model. So the Sparrow model works by having a lot of all of the available variables that might influence water quality, whether it be climate, the precipitation, temperature, what's going on in the land. So so we have to know, like, what farmers are applying to the land, how the urban landscape is changing. So we're going to continue to work with that quite a bit. The results that I showed were from 2002, so more than 16 years ago. We're developing an update on that. We expect to be publishing with a 2012 model. And then as we're getting more confidence with how to utilize Sparrow, then we hope to use it for forecasting. So the Chesapeake Bay one that I mentioned, that's kind of a pilot to see if we could adequately model what would happen in the last 50 years and then use that to project into the future. So it's going to be a big part of our program for the foreseeable future.
From a bird population perspective, there's been a desire for some time to try to integrate the 2 or 3 really big population monitoring programs that go on maps. The other one is the Breeding Bird Survey, which has been going on for about 25, 30 years, run by the USGS, and the Audubon Christmas Bird Count, which has a data set of over 100 years. And the sort of the cutting edge stuff is through integrated population modeling, which one of my colleagues, Dr. Jim Sirocco, is working on, and we had a postdoc, Farshid Arastani, working, and it quickly exceeds my capacity to to really understand the mechanics of it, but I'd be very happy to send you a couple papers if you're interested. So.
For the NERRs, there's no there's no NERRs initiated modeling program underway currently. We don't have the staff expertise for that in our different reserve groups. But there are quite a few examples of successful modeling efforts using our data in different regions, coastal beach quality assessments and health assessments, and there's also some National Weather Service and NERRS data being combined to model rip currents on the East Coast. And we always try to encourage modelers to pay attention to our data and use our data. So I think our main strategy is to make as much freely available as possible and entice researchers through endorsing their research grant proposals and fostering personal relationships with them to use our data in modeling applications, including marsh accretion modeling and sort of sustainability models.
Personally, I've always found modeling to be much easier without data. And once you have a little bit of data, then you find you want to have more or less, as the case may be. But do you ever find that in your designing your sampling programs and your monitoring programs that having maybe a collaborative modeling effort being done by somebody else helps you in deciding where and how frequently you need to monitor different things?
Yeah, I think that's helped in just the marsh sustainability kind of perspective that we've really only been working on recently. Understanding what the accretion models need, what frequency of sediment accretion or water level change do they need to run their models has helped us minimize the effort that we need to put in to get those parameters. So I think it's really wonderful if we can have some guidance and advice from modelers at the outset.
Certainly the original adaptive management ideas were along those iterative lines. Mary, and for wetlands, is there much? I'm less aware of wetlands monitoring.
Well, there's monitoring in regards to NARS overall, and there's a wetland component of it. And right now it's just at the research level. And it's basically a team within our branch that's looking to see how one could use landscape characteristics to extrapolate the information that we have from our underground samples to areas where we didn't have samples. And that's been, what is it called? The one on rivers and streams has been posted and made available for people to use to get some feedback on how it was going. Streamcat is what it's called. And so that's the primary thing for us.
Okay, thanks. Do any of you see any potential for use of genetic samples in your? I'm thinking for birds and wetlands that if you collect some genetic samples and look at how related the different samples are, it might help you determine populations and origins and migrations.
Yeah, I explained a little bit about the, very briefly about the collaboration we have with the UCLA Center for Tropical Studies. But we have a grant with UCLA from the National Geographic Society right now to try to find the genetic linkages between specific breeding and overwintering populations of 100 species, and including the migration routes between them. And it just makes things much, much easier at a management perspective. Yeah, but we'd like to do every North American species if we could. So
I was in a meeting yesterday where someone was talking about designing a fish experiment in the Sacramento Valley where they would take a bunch of hatchery fish and release them, like 1 million of them, and then watch them as they came back. And there's some discussion of whether they should put coated wire tags in all of these fish. And one of the biologists said, well, but if you look at the genetics of the hatchery fish, they're all sampled. I mean, they're all tagged. So I just thought, sorry.
We're going to take a break soon, and you'll have a chance to ask individual questions.
That was my last question.
Monitoring programs often generate huge quantities of data, and the huge quantities of data are subject to big data. That's the big thing now. And big data are great at discovering the hidden needle in a haystack of data. The downside is you have to know what characterizes the needle you're looking for in the haystack in order to get it to work. And I'm wondering what you see as the role of big data as sort of an approach in dealing with the kind of monitoring systems you're dealing with.
From the NERR's perspective, I think it's critical and really emerging as a focus for how we promote our data to people who can apply those sorts of analysis methods. And I think that the way we've approached it, one of the ways we've approached it is to develop a working group. There's a website called Swamp Rats where it's focused around an analysis package in R that's called Swamper that is set up from the beginning to analyze our data and chunk through all the data from all the different stations over all the different years and plot it in different ways and look for relationships and patterns and allow people who are good at data manipulation to poke around with it and play with it and adjust all those scripts. So we're trying to encourage the use of our data in that way. And it hasn't been done very much yet on a grand scale, but I'm hoping that it will, and I anticipate that it'll become more and more of the sort of actual value of our combined data set. So I think it's important to promote that as an end game for any kind of high frequency monitoring, especially that does generate those volumes of data.
Dick?
Can't get my own sign to stay up, so it's good you called me first. I don't model and I don't monitor, but I did hear the human element mentioned. And it's people who will observe novel things, new things, changes. And in the monitoring programs you run, are there ways of tagging unique observations, special things that people observe in the field, just to keep track? Or do the people who get out in the field and see something that's new, but it doesn't fit the protocol of the data they're collecting, is that lost?
We find it very interesting what we get in the notes of the field crews. So we were enjoying seeing, things like buffalo wallow being described in one of the samples from 2016, and thought, okay, what do we do with that piece of information, or the fact they saw a peregrine hawk, and different sorts of plants. I know that when we debriefed our field crew leaders after the first assessment, all of them said, and this is something I've heard from investigators that I worked with colleges, from colleges and universities in developing the protocols. So we were doing basically proof of concepts so that wetlands could become part of NERRs. We showed we had the capability. And what thing the probability sample does, since you just use a map, there's no judgment about, okay, this is an easy site to get into or anything like that. As my friend Denise Wardrop from Penn State would say, Tony doesn't care. He's our sampling guru. You just rappel into the area if you have to, you have to get the sample. He doesn't want to hear no. And because it forces the crews to go into places they never have been before, rather than the traditional taking water sample where a road crosses the bridge, is that in one case, a group of, again, this is academic researchers, were rethinking the wetland classification they developed for an area because they were seeing types of wetlands they'd never seen before. It's the same thing with the state folks who do a lot of tramping around in wetlands, a lot of it driven by regulatory decisions. But talking about, getting out, being out in wetlands, among snakes and all that they had never seen before, and varieties of animals. So just the fact of being out and looking, there's a whole treasure trove, and like I said, it's really a lot of fun to read their notes of what's going on in the day and what they're seeing and keeping track of. So
that leads me to ask if there are photographic records taken at each one of these monitoring sites.
Very definitely. And they are also posted on the web, I believe.
Yeah, we've got a similar program, USGS, and it's kind of evolved over the years, mostly in the past by having a field form where they would fill out different things about general river conditions. Did they see soap in the river, or oil sheens, things like that. And, now it's evolved that they could take photographs and store those on the databases as well. So, yeah, so the human element that's a good point. It's, you want people out there that aren't just dipping a bucket, going home, their eyes closed. They're actually recording a lot and providing useful information that, a scientist sitting at his desk is not going to necessarily get.
Similarly, we always have a space for interesting observations, bird sightings, and things like that. But one more thing about the human element is these map stations, a lot of them are really, really great venues to bring in school children who can come to the site and, hold a bird in their hand, and you just see their eyes light up and, the wheels start to turn about, birds and the environment. And, we get so many letters and comments about, this was, holding a bird is one of the most amazing experiences of my life. And it's really, we never want to lose sight of that. So I appreciate your question.
Yeah, I just want to mention, we also collect lots of observational data along with our monitoring, but I think the intent of your question was, how do you get that information out there, or is it accessible, is it findable? And
yeah, that's definitely the point. Is there a way of tagging it and keeping track of it?
So I just wanted to speak to that briefly. We have really, there's 3 different ways that we preserve that information. One is if it's directly related to data that we're archiving, then we include it as a metadata note in the associated file with those data. And we've just, starting this year in 2018, have begun producing status reports or annual summaries of the data for each station. And they're 2-page flyers with graphs and little blurbs. And in that document, there's space for highlighting any unusual things that have happened. If there's an oil spill nearby or a big flood or something that's notable, that's one way we'll capture it going forward. And the other more detailed way is in our field logs, where when we go out and exchange instruments, we record all the notes that which animals were living inside the sand guard that was making this water quality measurements when we retrieved it, and what kinds of fouling did we see, and did we notice anything unusual. We make notes of those, and those can be obtained if the user wanted to.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of that information is out there, and it's clearly accessible within the agency, but as you get further and further away, it's going to get harder and harder for people to get that. So I don't know, maybe moving forward, think of better ways to preserve and disseminate that type of information.
It's 3 o'clock, we're scheduled for a break, but we want to make sure that the public that wants to have any questions, please feel free to come up and, okay, let's take a, oh, I'm sorry, please, go ahead.
I just wanted to add a comment that one of my favorite things about the NERR program is that each site has an educational program as well as a public interface visitor center. So that's rare amongst monitoring programs. Maybe it's something we could do at the Delta.
Hi, I had a question for the bird demographic data. How small of a region can you sort of get population estimates for these different species of birds?
That's a really good question because the program is continent-wide, and which is really interesting when we're talking about large trends like climate change. Not super useful from a management perspective. We often get the question from a single map station. What can you tell me about the birds at my station? That's often too small to really provide robust inferences, and we've really found a sweet spot on sort of a regional cluster or center of like 5 to 10 to 20 map stations, depending on the length of time that they've been running. But these regional stations really provide some pretty strong inferences. We just published a paper, as I mentioned, on the stations on the Colorado Plateau, southern Colorado, southern Utah. So yeah, I'd say smaller region from half a state to a watershed, something like that, to a multi-state region. Yeah, it's a good question.
I was just corrected that it's not a break, the panel was supposed to come to an end, but I'd like to ask, would all of you be willing to stay just a little longer? Or is that okay? So why don't we take a 10-minute break? This was so fascinating, and the abrogation of my colleagues that I didn't call on all of them. So I know there's a lot more questions, and also we had specific questions we wanted to ask you. So if you don't mind, let's take a 10-minute break and then come back.
So Vince, are you proposing we come back as a group or as individuals? As a group? Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
If that's okay?
Sure.
So if we could return to our seats. And let me start by thanking you all for agreeing to stay. I don't think we've ever done this before, actually. So this is really special. Now, in terms of the general audience, did anybody else have a question they wanted to ask? Yes. No blue forms, no.
Okay. So I was interested in whether you were using eBird data or not. It sounds like you're not, but could you?
Yeah.
We're not using it directly, but again, with this integrated population modeling, we're trying to take as many different sources of bird population data as we can and trying to integrate it. And one of our scientists, Jim Sirocco, is actually using eBird data in some of the integrated population modeling. Does everybody know what eBird is? Or no. Yeah. Okay. eBird is, it started out as a way for people to, when birders go out, they write a list of all the bird species they see, just a strict presence or absence. And it started out as a way for an online way for people just to enter their bird lists and keep track of it individually. It grew so explosively that it's just an amazing tool. And you can track, both movements of birds, when the weather arrival dates, how climate change is affecting the arrival dates of certain species distributions, are they expanding, contracting? And again, it's they're close to 1 billion records in the database, about a million records a month. It's turned into an amazing tool for it started out as just like something for birders to keep track of their own checklists, and it turned into a great peer review level, really hard science program.
Yeah, and it's very interesting because there's a quality control component. If you report a bird that's completely out of the range, somebody will look at it and get back to you and ask for some kind of evidence.
There's a regional editor who's an expert, and he'll sometimes call you on the phone just to make sure, quiz you about your sighting.
Yeah, this brings up another issue that's come up in several of our discussions, this role of citizen science in monitoring. Does anybody have any comments? At one extreme, the idea is, well, it gets people aware of the environment, and the other is that it's valuable data. Does anybody have any comment about this, the citizen science and monitoring?
We've tried many different citizen science initiatives around the NERRs. Probably each reserve has done half a dozen or more at different times in the last 15 years. And I think everyone would have a different perspective or opinion on whether they've worked, whether the data were ever used, what happened wrong, what happened well. I think there's just such a variety of approaches to ensuring the data are collected consistently, knowing that people are recording the things they're supposed to record and not omitting things. It's a little bit of a gamble in many cases from my personal experience. But the two things that have worked well for colleagues of mine and for us here in San Francisco too are photo monitoring. Anytime there's a objective component of the citizen monitoring that you can refer to, and like having posts with the little block of wood on the top with angles on the sides, and you place your phone up against the angles and you take a picture, and it gets a landscape view of a certain compass bearing, and you can do it in all the different compass bearings. And then they upload those pictures. There's some websites that organize those data, upload those pictures, and they're incorporated into a much smaller version of kind of an eBird type database. Those kinds of things, I think, are really effective because they're relatively bulletproof. But when you get citizen science involved in monitoring, filling out data sheets, trying to collect information, there's so much variability in skill and approach. I think it's a little bit of more time and energy than payoff.
Yeah, I agree. I think the photos are a great idea. The other thing that works to some extent is from an education. So there's a high school in the area, Mira Loma. They have an international baccalaureate program, and they started a thing in Arcade Creek in Sacramento County where they've done monitoring over the years, and they divide the students up into like mapping, chemistry, biology, and I think community outreach. And as an educational tool, that was great. So I knew one of the teachers, and I came and gave him some equipment and got him started on it. And they've been at it now for probably like about 15 years or so. They don't share it a whole lot outside of their school, but it's been great for them.
I think there's a role in emergency services. I mean, with spotter networks and people that are able to observe not good things happening. I mean, it's hard to have eyes on everything, and so if there's, we hear about that, with a tornado outbreak. We don't have many tornadoes here, but we have more than we used to before we had people observing them. Have you noticed that? But I mean, it could be a levee break. It could be, water getting to someplace it wasn't expected. It could be, a potential dam break. It could, I think that there's a role for people to observe things and to be able to get that information to the right people. As far as, routine. Well, I mean, and if you could consider the cooperative data collection program that NOAA supports, citizen science, or volunteers. It's the backbone of our climate network. It's all collected for free by people with gauges in their backyards, been doing it for, over 100 years. So I guess that's a good example of something that can be used that way, and without those data, we'd be sunk. We wouldn't know what the climate was. So I think there are some good examples of that. But it takes a fair amount of effort to make the program rigorous enough so that you can interpret the information and put it to good use.
Joanne, did you comment on what you're doing with the...
And mostly it's big data. They have huge amounts of data. It's either old bird records that are in writing or trail cam photos, things like that. And the way it works is they get maybe a dozen people to ID each photo or type a record into a database or something like that. And what they found is that when they get that many people, that their variable answers average out to the right answer.
There were specific questions that we sent to each of the panel members, and several of these have been discussed, but there's three that Edmund and I think are really the most important to bring up. And the first of these deals with flexibility in programs. And you can talk about yours in general or kind of how you feel about monitoring programs you've observed. How flexible are they? Can they change, or you've talked about this in terms of the calibration from one technique to the other and stuff like that, but just overall flexibility, is there any way we can make them more flexible to respond to things that we don't, as John said, that we don't even know are happening?
I'll take a stab at that. I think one way to make things flexible is to have a least common denominator for whatever monitoring parameter or type of monitoring that you have. So, for example, for our water quality monitoring, USGS usually monitors at 6-minute intervals. We monitor at 15-minute intervals. There's a 3-minute common interval there that if you monitored at 3-minute intervals, you could compare to either data set really well. And in the case of establishing a news station, we might set it up at 3-minute intervals so that it was flexible to be used in different ways. If there's a way to not lose the common denominator as you change and become flexible, that would be helpful, because then you wouldn't lose the value that's been accumulating in that data set over time. In the NERS system, when we change our monitoring program, it's relatively painful, I would say, because we require that the research group that oversees the monitoring program comes to some level of consensus about the change. And it's not just a simple majority, it's pretty much like everybody. If there's one person who really objects, we have to figure out a way to satisfy that person. And there's 29 of us around the country altogether. So sometimes the debates drag out for literally years about, are we going to require everyone to measure total suspended solids every month? And if so, what protocol are we going to use? And how is that going to affect our staff time and our budgets? And we really fight out all the details before we make that change. So on the one hand, I'd say we like to think that we are flexible because we have this grassroots decision-making body that's in charge of making changes. But on the other hand, because of all the checks and balances that are so complex and in some cases inflexible, it doesn't happen quickly. The change happens maybe more slowly than the users of the data might like in some situations.
Okay, another question that we had was, based on your experiences in the Delta, which varies quite a bit, do you have any suggestions about how it can be improved? We've talked about coordination. We've talked about all these suggestions. What do you think needs to be improved that would make it better? but we sent it to you earlier, hoping you'd have some ideas.
Posit one. So I asked that earlier question about the difficulty of pre-planning coordination at the federal and national level. And I think, Robert, you gave a very honest answer. OMB is the big roadblock there, and the silos that exist simply don't allow you to do anything other than planning for coordination after the big programs are framed up. And then you do your best to try to coordinate between programs. So would it be reasonable to say that for the Delta, we may have more opportunity to do that planning before the programs are even initiated? And would that be a reasonable recommendation for the Delta to say, do that planning before the programs are even framed up? And we could even point to the federal level. I don't expect any of you that are current federal employees to agree to it, but point to the current federal way as being, it's an impediment to having better coordination at that national level.
Yeah, so I don't think that'll just happen by accident. I think it's going to take some pretty strong leadership to move that sort of paradigm forward. But I think that that's possible with strong enough leadership / money.
Right, and again, for us, we as this regional science board, our job is to make those sorts of recommendations and then to work with the agencies and the regional folks and say, can you make this happen, or put that forward pretty strongly.
Honestly, I don't feel that I know enough about the Delta monitoring that's in place now to know how all the pieces relate to each other. But it seems like there's so many layers of planning and needs assessment and gap analysis that have occurred at the state level and Delta level and the San Francisco Bay Estuary sort of level. If there was a way to use those plans or crosswalk those plans to have some common evaluation of what are the gaps, what are the priorities, and who's already doing those. There's got to be some pretty detailed assessment of all that at the beginning, and then there's probably a good opportunity for some realignment, some shifting of responsibility for certain parts of the monitoring program around making it more efficient, looking for ways to improve efficiencies. But there's got to be that comprehensive roll-up view, I would think.
And to a large degree, people are expecting that we're going to catalyze that, if not do it ourselves. So that's why we're asking for advice.
Yeah, that's a big order. But I thought about it when you sent your question, and I don't know enough about what's actually happening in the Delta. We're just below your area of focus, I feel.
Yeah, well, there's a regional monitoring program in the Delta that's been in place now for several years. Several years in the planning, and we started actually getting boats in the water a couple of years ago. But we bring in a lot of people to our meetings that actually have a lot of experience with the Delta. One of the things we struggle with is some of the things you just said, that we don't really have a good synthesis of all the data that have been collected and what is known. And if we start spending money on a particular sampling program, are we going to be adding to the science, or just throwing our money down a rat hole and because it's already been done? So it's a tough one to crack.
Well, yes, please, Mary.
In listening to this, mostly I haven't commented because, as Matt said, I don't know a lot about what's happening in the Delta, just a smidgen right at this point. But I'd like to commend you for asking the question, because it says at least you're open to investigating this and, starting the process of reaching out to folks and establishing these relationships early as you move into areas that you've identified as important. So I think it's important that you're asking the question.
And I'm sure this is obvious to everyone, but if I were having to do that task, I would probably divide it out topically, try to compile all the water quality monitoring data and programs and look at those, and then all the fish monitoring and look at that, and all the plankton monitoring and the remote sensing, and kind of parse it out that way. I don't know how else you would start, but
Jay, do you want to ask your question about remote sensing? Yes. But it goes against the next meeting's questions.
I have a quota limit. Remote sensing. So I mentioned modeling and its implications for monitoring and genetics, but also remote sensing. We've been doing some work looking at remote sensing for the Delta to estimate evapotranspiration. But I think it has some implications maybe for the extent of plant communities, in some aspects perhaps of water quality. Do you all have any thoughts on the potential for remote sensing in these areas and across areas?
I think there's great potential, and it's really something we need to invest more in and have more people focused on. We do remote sensing for our habitat maps, and different reserves do it at different frequencies, at least every 10 years, usually every 5 years. Some reserves do it more often. And at one of our sites, Rush Ranch, a few years ago, we were collecting several different wavelengths of imagery every month for about 2 years over the site, and that was really helpful and useful in revealing all sorts of things that we hadn't known were happening. But also for detecting turbidity in surface waters, there's good demonstration that remote sensing is reliable for that now, so that seems like a fantastic application, so that you don't have to make as many measurements and you can see where the plugs of sediment are coming through the system. I feel like remote sensing is a great use of resources.
It just strikes me that a monitoring program that has a substantial component of ground truthing remote sensing estimates is going to be different than a monitoring program that is the primary way that you're estimating the extent of different species or different processes.
But it might be that you could have just different frequencies, or I don't know, it depends on what parameters you're measuring, but you could have remote sensing happen very frequently and then have field ground truthing, accuracy assessment kind of work happen less frequently because that's so much more expensive.
And I guess there's also different kinds of remote sensing from airplanes.
There's even some, some advances in remote sensing for bird habitat through EVI, Enhanced Vegetation Index, and using that as a surrogate for habitat quality. Again, with significant ground truthing, but yeah, there have been strides made in that area too.
Okay, the last question that we asked you is, if we can finish up with, because Robert has a meter that's running.
You're serious about paying for my ticket?
Jay, yes. Yeah. How can our review of the monitoring enterprise in the Delta, is there something that could be useful to your programs, not just in the Delta, beyond? I mean, are there some just big questions about monitoring in general that you'd like to finish up with and just give us some insight as to, what we can do that would end up helping your types of programs?
Well, I think from my perspective, it would be some, good articulation of what you see as major water quality issues that, or biological issues that need to be solved, that we can move on up towards our managers. So one of the things that we did with NACWA at the start was to have what we call liaison committees meetings, where we would describe the program and describe what we wanted to monitor, and then we were supposed to get feedback from people and as to what they thought was the the appropriate things that we should do. And sometimes they were really at variance with what our national managers wanted to do, in part because they're sitting in Reston, Virginia. They know what's going on with the Chesapeake Bay and adjacent states, and just really weren't too well versed in water quality in other parts of the country. So these clear articulations of what you see over here and how we can adapt our programs to help out with that would be useful.
I was just going to say that in whatever sort of assessment and recommendation that you have an open environment, inclusive environment for doing that, I think that that's really the primary benefit. If you can, the greater degree that you can daylight that to the resource agencies and people that are interested in that and elicit their participation, the better the outcome will be. So kind of like what Tracy was describing as a more of a grassroots level, if you can attempt to model that, then I think it'll have, a greater benefit to more agencies and more programs.
I think I can say with great confidence that we will be at the national NERS level very interested in the outcomes of your effort and the report that you guys put out. I think there's going to be a lot of different lessons learned that we wouldn't need to or even be able to prescribe or request necessarily in advance. But a couple of the things that I'm curious about that I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys produce with regards to this are how you manage all the partnerships that are involved in the monitoring enterprise. What sorts of approaches will you have for coordinating those groups and soliciting input and guidance from them at different time scales and stuff? That's something we have done in our own way at our own scales, but we all wrestle with at our own regional scales in different ways, and no one's completely satisfied with how that goes. It's a learning experience every year, and so seeing what you've devised and assessed for the Delta region is going to be really interesting. Another thing I'm interested in is how data sharing or data availability is dealt with for the monitoring enterprise in the Delta. How publicly available are the data? How long is the delay before they're available? What mechanisms are there to distribute and advertise the availability of those data? I think that's something we all want to see data be available for researchers to access especially, but managers as well. And it's hard. A lot of the researchers and even monitoring groups that collect the data, they don't want to release the data because they're not yet sure it's QA/QC'd properly, or because they want to publish with it first, or for whatever reason, they hold on to it for a while. And it'd be nice to see more transparency and openness with data sharing. Those are two things that come to my mind.
I think that one of the big things that we're struggling with in NARS that, again, that with seeing your program and what comes out of it would be useful is how data from a program like ours would be useful to your decision making, and also, the protocols and other components. I know that, for instance, we'll have discussions with Office of Water, and right now we're struggling to how do we get, because we're having a different set of people on the ground sampling every year, and then, everything that follows from that, and trying to get, our goal is to have a final report out 2 years after we're in the field, and we haven't made that yet, so we're struggling with that. But what's most important is that what we're doing with these large programs on the federal level is that it's useful for decision making at the state and local level. And so seeing what kinds of things that you identify, what kind of information you use for your decision, if perhaps you use some of the information that comes from one of our programs, would be very useful in helping us know what are the next steps and what are the research pieces that we have to start doing to start filling those gaps.
I want to add a couple things prompted by your comments that occurred to me. On a local, regional level for San Francisco estuary area, I'm interested in understanding how the Delta Monitoring Enterprise interacts with our NERS monitoring. How can we connect to what you're doing so that it's added value for both of our efforts, but also the emerging wetland regional monitoring program that SFEP and SFEI are coordinating. I believe there's a webinar on that in a couple of weeks, maybe next week, that's focused on tidal wetlands and resilience to sea level rise, and I think could or maybe already is going to be extended into the Delta to some degree. But I'd love to see an effort to connect delta monitoring to more of the saline end of the estuary monitoring around wetlands in particular. And that wetland regional monitoring program seems like a good umbrella to do that under. It might be worth considering.
Yeah, we've heard quite a bit about that as perhaps a model as to how Delta programs could work as well. Anybody from the committee want any last questions or thoughts?
Thank you all.
Yeah, this was great. We really appreciate it very, very much. And we may be contacting you again for some more information and advice. So thank you.
Okay, I think we covered everything, so the board's adjourned.
We have to have public comments?
Oh, we did have public comment. We can have more public comments. On anything else? Okay, now we're adjourned.